Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Great, I'm just taking a moment to make sure that we have everyone in the room needed. Great, thank you. So welcome to day 5 of the hearing for the Victoria Murray Floodplain Restoration Project, EES Central package relating to Belsa, Yungra and the Hatter Lakes North floodplain areas. Just to note, this hearing is being recorded. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm Chair of the committee considering EES Central, and I'm joined today by my colleagues, Member Kirsch as Deputy Chair, Member Bell and Dr. Brisker. So yesterday we completed the cross-examination of Dr. Treadwell and completed evidence and cross-examination of Tim Marsden. And today the proponent is calling Zoe Jelly on terrestrial ecology relating to flora and Alex Holmes on terrestrial ecology relating to fauna. So I'll just note that the committee is expecting the evidence in chief for Zoe Jelly to be approximately 60 minutes and with cross-examination by 2 parties. So I'll just ask each of the parties who are intending to cross-examine just to pop your camera on or show us that you're here. So firstly, Alan Mabry, representing Environment Victoria, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Just to note, I think we had originally advised 45 minutes for our cross, but we likely will only need half an hour.
Great, thank you for the update. And also Dr. Kelly, representing Friends of Nyah Vinifera Park Incorporated. So I'll just see if Dr. Kelly is with us. We do need the representative of the group to be here through evidence in chief to be able to ask questions. I'll just keep an eye. I can't see her in the room yet. Keep an eye on that as we move into proceedings. I don't have any other preliminary matters to cover off from the committee. So I'll come to you, Mr. Forrester, to see whether the proponent has any issues or questions.
You'll hear from me today,
welcome,
Member
Mr.
Kendall.
Townsend.
Well, I was going to address you on some timetable matters. I could have done it when we started, or I can do it now. But if there's no other preliminary matters, I might just proceed on the timetable. Just to give you an update, you've indicated our intention for today, terrestrial ecology. Ms. Jelly, who's on screen, but I might invite you, Ms. Jelly, you can go off screen for a bit because got a few minutes before I get to you. And then Mr. Holmes. What Mr. Forrester and I are doing at the moment is running a dual strategy, not just in terms of us swapping roles, but in terms of the timetable. In our option A, in our preferred approach, we get through the 2 witnesses within tomorrow plus Mr. George on bushfire, and it leaves us with some what I might call mopping up or residual matters. If that's all that was left, the mopping up residual, given that some of that's also bound up in coming back to you with some written answers and follow-up answers and the like, and other is just us addressing you on how we approach certain aspects of your reporting exercise. We might find we left tomorrow, Member Kendall, with being able to say to you, you don't need Monday, because we can pick all those matters up with filing responses, and we can, on the 8th of Feb, we can spend an hour in the morning mopping all that up for you. So we wouldn't have you here for a day just for that. If, on the other hand, we didn't finish the evidence tomorrow for some reason, and then we'd probably say, let's use Monday. And if we used Monday, then we'd probably do a few of those other things as well. So that's the dual strategy. I think everyone, without having to ask around, my guess is that people would prefer option A. We get through the evidence and we don't use the 30th of January. And so that's where we'll be putting our best efforts. And as Mr. Forrester said yesterday, we can revisit this as we go, perhaps at the end of today for starters and tomorrow morning again. But if that suits you, that's our plan, to try and keep the option available that you don't have to sit on the 30th if we can possibly
Thank
manage
you,
it.
Mr. Townsend. That's clear and the committee's comfortable with that approach.
Thanks very much. And we'll let you know before we retire tomorrow, if we get that far, I'll give you a little outline of what you can expect from us, by the 8th of Feb, so that you're clear on those mop-up tasks, if you like, that we still have to do.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Sorry, can I just clarify as well, from the committee's perspective, we have some general questions that we're just keeping track on, whether they're responded to through evidence and submissions, but our intent will be, if there's anything outstanding, to advise you next week so that can be dealt with in closing submissions. So we'll look to consolidate and make sure that we issue those to you efficiently and to assist you in responding efficiently as well.
That's ideal, and we're agile. I mean, if anything pops up, just let us know. What we're doing at our end at the moment is sort of listing what we consider questions. Some of them might have been answered along the way, but we're going to make a list anyway and just say, we think you asked this, and at least direct you to where we gave the answer, so that hopefully we meet your expectations. But by all means, if we've missed something or if you have any others, we'll make sure we get you the answers.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. So that's the plan. So I don't want to spend too much time on other things other than getting through the evidence, but I do want to do make some introductory comments before we get to terrestrial ecology, at least the flora. But that's the preliminary matter. I mean, I can do that when it's my turn to start. So would you prefer to check if anyone else has any matters?
I am interested to know, but I'm also mindful that I don't think people can even raise their virtual hand, Mr. Townsend, if they'd like to raise an issue, other than I know that Ms. Mabry's been activated as a presenter, and I can't see Dr. Kelly in the room, and I'm not sure of other parties. So I'll just ask again, as I mentioned yesterday, if you do have something you need to raise with the committee, if you could please email the planning panel's office and they'll bring it to my attention, and I'll come to you at an appropriate time. And I'm just getting the team to follow up with Dr. Kelly as well, because clearly if she's intending to ask questions of the expert, we need her to be in the room. So we'll do that as quickly as we can, and I'll hand to you, Mr. Townsend, for you to commence. And before we do start evidence, we'll just do a quick check to see whether Dr. Kelly's arrived.
Yes. I've got a note saying that from Mr. Forrester, who can see Dr. Kelly is apparently online. There we go. So
wonderful. Thank you.
I think we've answered that one.
Excellent. Okay. So we're right to move, and I'll just, yes, Dr. Kelly being given presenter status. I might just pause, Mr. Townsend, and just confirm if Dr. Kelly has any preliminary matters or questions that we need to address before you start.
Only to say that I'm interested to know if we'll be breaking at 1 o'clock for lunch.
Yes, Dr. Kelly, we will be.
Because I have to go to the council chamber and be sworn in as a councillor on Swan Hill Rural City.
Great. Yes, thank you, Dr. Kelly. You'll be free to do that, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Over to you for your submissions and evidence this
morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've just got about 5 or 10 minutes that I think it's timely to do now. It's one of the matters I touched on the opening day and said we'd pick up along the way as the time closed in on me on the first day. But I think it's appropriate to do it before this part of the evidence. And what I'd like to do is just commence by drawing the committee's attention to its terms of reference and its reporting obligations. But I'll get Mr. Forrester just to screen share the reporting obligations under 47 of the terms of reference to introduce this question, which we touched on day one. But just to show you the thread, and this is to do with potentially any vegetation offset, something that we say is, as a matter of policy and practice, an inappropriate proposition, but we'll come to. But 47B asks you to, taking A as read, B is in the context of predicted effects, advise on whether each project is expected to result in overall improvement to the biodiversity values of relevant floodplain ecosystems, including for each relevant matter of national environmental significance. And then C is recommendations on whether the proposed alternative arrangement to compensate for the removal, destruction, lopping of native vegetation and associated impact on biodiversity is considered acceptable. And if not, whether any biodiversity offsets are necessary. And so you'll see the terms of reference, and it's something our client's been very mindful of, puts to the committee a request from the minister to really, if I can put it in crude terms, own the topic and give some advice about where the notion of vegetation removal and or whether offsets are applicable fits for this particular set of projects, and in this case for the EES Central projects. And we would say it's very much linked to this advice you'll be giving about whether the expectation ought be that for predicted effects that you could expect an overall improvement to biodiversity values of the relevant floodplain ecosystems. And if I can just pause there for a minute, as you've probably gathered from our opening and from our materials, the proponent's position is that there's overwhelming policy support for the purpose of the projects as being to achieve overall floodplain improvement to biodiversity values on the floodplain. And that in doing so, we've had a series of assessments done, and including the next two you're going to hear, where the relevant experts are saying, yes, the likelihood here is if you manage this according to the environmental delivery standards, you're getting overwhelming benefits to biodiversity values. So by the time it comes to closing, we'll be saying to the committee, it's a circumstance where you should not be shy about the prospects for real value to enhancement of floodplain ecosystem health as not just the purpose of the projects, but the likely outcome if they're managed in accordance with all the various protections, checks and balances in the system through the incorporated document, but also more broadly. Now, that's not to say there aren't, as there are in nature, there aren't areas for monitoring, avoiding management, but they're appropriate measures, whether you were dealing with natural floods and managing national parks or whether you're dealing with managed floods. In fact, it would seem from the evidence, there's all sorts of opportunities with managed inundation that are perhaps superior to responding to natural events, even in terms of managing potential identified management issues. We'd say not risks, we'd say management matters, and for reasons we'll come to. So in finding that, the question then becomes under C in the report, for this committee to be advising on, is it acceptable to remove vegetation to achieve those benefits, because we need to remove vegetation around construction footprints and subject to the ultimate design detail for some of the construction of tracks, which of course coincide with containment in some cases. And as we said in opening, the first point about that is that if you look at the single measure of what's removed, it can stack up. But when you look at it as a fraction or as an area of the landscape scale enhancement area or the floodplain, they're actually can be seen to be, quite relatively minor, albeit at individual scale. That they can have a number, as it were. But the real point we say is that it's a kind of a non sequitur that when the whole project is designed to improve the health of that area, that the question could arise that you should offset, remove vegetation to achieve that project. And this falls hand in hand with comments we made in opening about the project not fitting as neatly with the assessment process or the application of guidelines as an intervention that is in the nature of taking from the environment, whether that be a mine, a quarry, or a railway line, or a freeway. And so hence the way the reporting question was set up leaves to you advice to the minister on, well, in these circumstances, what do you do on this question of offsets? And of course, we'll say, from a policy point of view, there's no need to do them. From a project point of view, the whole project is about ecological gain. And from a implementation point of view, there is inherent danger in adding implementation costs or hurdles to the achievement of these projects for the circular benefit of apparently ecological gain, but with either a monetary impost or having to find land elsewhere for offsets that could jeopardise the delivery of the project itself. So there's a giant procedural problem which raises further queries in our mind over how it could come to pass that one would consider an offset program for a project like this in the first place. So the reporting is left for you to determine that. What I need to show you next is, because the proponent has taken a good faith approach, if you like, to leaving this for a matter for you to report on and advise on and let the minister know about, the day one incorporated document is a sort of a sit on the fence approach. And I'd like to show you that next. So if Mr. Forrester can go to the native vegetation requirements under the incorporated document, you'll see that the minister's request for advice from you is reflected, if you like, in the neutrality of the native vegetation clause. And although we did a legal review for these and we can see obvious shortcomings in this approach, I am able to explain to you that it makes perfect sense for the purposes of the proceeding that it's set up this way, although we would expect that with our actual case, in our day 2 version, and with what we say your report should say to the minister, there is a much superior procedural approach than he's set out here. But that's not to say this isn't a neutral sit on the fence situation. It's appropriate pending those arguments and that evidence. And so the approach that's set out at the moment is, first of all, that there be if you like, a plan under the guidelines, and that has to be submitted. And the start of the neutrality, if you like, here is that under 4.6.1, you do a plan, but it's noted that under the plan, you're not addressing offsets unless they are applied. So it's a bet each way under 4.6.1, because that decision and that advice to the minister hasn't yet been given. And then under 4.6.2, there is a reference to native vegetation offsets must be provided in respect of native vegetation to be removed in accordance with the requirements of the guidelines that are referred to under 4.6.1. But again, to put this sit on the fence situation, it says, unless written agreement is obtained from the secretary that has been demonstrated that removal of native vegetation, etc., provides for that the removal provides for an overall improvement for the biodiversity, which is in fact our case. And it says the agreement must address and be consistent with relevant matters set out in the minister's assessment, which of course follows your advice. So we'd say we can do better than that. If your advice is to say, no, pursue overall improvements for biodiversity and do not be, you are exempt from otherwise a separate offset requirement, these would be reworded so as not to even have this sort of circular process or kick the can down the road process to get there. We say this could be streamlined considerably. But hopefully it demonstrates for you that, again, we've got a set of drafted controls that are in abeyance, if you like, of your advice and the minister's position, and would otherwise just sort of have the secretary making the decision later based on all the information then at hand, including your advice and the minister's assessment, which we would advocate strongly, ought be that the projects are exempt from offset requirements. And so then, of course, 4.6.3 has to adopt the position that if there are offsets, any secured offsets must be reconciled within a certain amount of time, and evidence of securing them at 4.6.4. And I think it's fair to say you always expect in these circumstances there'll be officers in departments in the state who assess native vegetation loss on projects more broadly and who would say this is the way it should be and there should be offsets and they should be assessed, calculated and recorded, and that should happen prior to development commencing. And of course we'd say that no, all of those obligations would fall away if the sensible outcome of this project, of this assessment, is that it's exempt from offsets in the interests of all funding, all expenditure, and all efforts into gain are invested within these projects, for these projects, and that you wouldn't therefore be off recording offsets elsewhere. So I thought I should show you that before we get to this evidence, because you would have seen probably in the slideshows coming and in the evidence of the witnesses we're calling, the experts are commending to you the projects for the ecological gain that can be achieved with the projects in the floodplain for floodplain health. And it'll be on the back of that evidence that we'll be in our closing submissions and our responses to anything you might hear otherwise, saying that the projects are either exempt as a matter of policy, or if not, that's a problem with the policy, not the projects. And the committee should strongly recommend to the minister that this would not be, these are not the nature of projects where project cost is added to potentially quite significantly for the achievement of offsets, which in turn are a policy response to projects where something is taken from the environment and through this process. So that's hopefully not too circular, but where it gets us to is an introduction of an aspect of the evidence we go to. Pausing there for a moment, Member Kendall, it touches also on the mopping up issues, because this feeds into why on day one I said we would, if you like, we didn't address you on the project benefits assessment as an introductory matter, because the project benefits assessment that was done was required to be done because of a certain line of thinking around the potential that you'd have to provide offsets. So it's an exercise we undertook and we did, but it's heavily qualified by our position that this is, and our position is that perhaps by the time of doing that project's benefits assessment, there'd been a series of assumptions or judgments made that in our submission are bad policy. So that's why we've been pausing that mop-up exercise, and it'll be much better addressed after the evidence. Having said that, we still have some slides for you to do on that, and we will explain that exercise that was done, and that's certainly the intention. So unless there's any questions about that, I wanted that to be clear. I would have done that if I had a little more time on day one, but I've done it now, and I wanted to do it before the terrestrial flora evidence. But if it's all right with you, Member Kendall, to keep up with our timetable, I would now go to Ms. Jelly and ask Ms. Jelly to now come on screen. And can I invite the members to have available to them, Ms. Jelly's, obviously this is all specialist assessment B, but Ms. Jelly's witness statement was document 82. And if you have that handy, just in case you need to go to it. And Ms. Jelly's presentation is document 130, filed yesterday, which will be obviously the main document, Ms. Jelly's screen sharing. I should indicate, Member Kendall, when I introduce Ms. Jelly, in the background, through the preparation of the EES and through the TRG process, there was another tool. It's an interactive tool that you could press layers on and off for the ecological mapping. It's quite detailed. It's far too big to be able to attach or share to the witness statement. I'm going to ask Ms. Jelly just to show you that when the evidence starts, because if you have questions where you think it'd be useful to see it in that tool, Ms. Jelly's got that handy, as I understand, and able to drive it if needed. But I'll come to that in a moment. So if it's all right with you, Member Kendall, I see Ms. Jelly's on screen, and Ms. Jelly, I'll turn to you. So I'm going to...
Sounds great, Mr. Townsend. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So Ms. Jelly, I'm going to start by asking you, what is your full name?
Zoe Jelly.
And where are you employed?
At GHD.
And at GHD, how do you describe your role? Not for the EES, but more generally, what's your role?
I am the Flora team leader for Victoria and a senior botanist and a GHD associate.
And how long have you been at GHD or in that role?
Just ticking over 15 years at GHD this month.
All right. Now it's squarely within that role, Ms. Jelly, that you were the team leader or the technical lead, I think you've described yourself, for the terrestrial flora assessment that is the subject of Specialist Assessment B, correct?
Yes.
And in your document number 82, your witness statement, you have attached your own qualifications and experience to that. I'm not going to take you through that. The summary is sufficient. But you've set out in a table the team that you had to lead in that document being prepared. And as I understand it, in reading it, it included leading the field investigations or guiding or directing field investigations under your team over a period of about 7 years.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
And so in the way you've prepared your witness statement, you're able to adopt and, as I understand it, answer questions on Specialist Assessment B more generally as it affects matters of flora, terrestrial flora. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So, Ms. Jelly, the next thing I'm going to ask you is this. In the witness statement you filed, you won't be reading it out, but you're aware, I think, aren't you, that because it's a virtual hearing, you've got certain obligations about now you're giving evidence and being in the room or letting the chair, all those things. So just bear those in mind as you go through the next period of time. That's a consequence of having a remote hearing, but I'm sure you're familiar with those obligations. But I am going to ask you this. Are there any corrections or changes or qualifications you wanted to make to document 82? Because I'm not going to ask you to read that out for the committee. You'll just be adopting it. And are there unless there's anything you need to change?
No, there's no changes to the expert witness statement.
Okay, good. Now, you've prepared a slideshow or a PowerPoint presentation. That's document 130. And as I understand it, that very much follows the topics as set out or generally follows what you've done in your document 82. So I'm going to be asking you to, in a moment, to screen share that. But before you do, since the witness statement in preparing that, have you had an opportunity to read? I think there were two submission/expert witness statements that are filed of Ms. Murdoch and Mr. Fruit.
Yes.
You've read those, and I think you will be making some points in response to those as well in this presentation.
Yes, I've added some slides in to be able to talk to those.
Excellent. All right, good. Well, I'm going to ask you now to screen share the document, but you know that I'm going to then ask you, you've made a note in your document about that for two things. One, that you have an enormous amount of photographs that you haven't, that you're able to go to should something come up and you have a particular photo, and you've made that point because you couldn't have made the slideshow that big. But also you heard me just mention this tool you have that you can put layers on and off on ecological mapping.
Yes, correct.
Is it best I leave you to, okay, so this is on your agenda slide, okay.
Yes.
So those 2 points, the first is there's photos that you can go to if you have to. The second is interactive map. And I think, Member Kendall, you'll appreciate we didn't want to put every photographer in, but if there was a particular species or something came up, I've said to Ms. Jelly, if you say you've got a photo, I'm sure the committee will be happy for you to go to it. But on the second issue, I just wondered, Ms. Jelly, is it appropriate for me to ask you at the start just to describe that tool and just show the committee what it looks like?
Yep.
Yeah, so that they're aware of it, just in case, if not today, even through the balance of the hearing, for any reason they want to see information from it. Yep.
Yeah, correct. So this map tool it's an interactive map that sits on our server, so it can't be sent across, but it contains all of the data that we've collected in the field surveys, both within the impact area of investigation as well as the inundation areas. So as an example, I can flick on the veg mapping layers.
Just tell us where this example, where have you chosen?
This one is at Belsa Youngara. And so you can pan in and out and scroll across to certain locations and I guess see the detail At the moment, I've got all of the tree and threatened species data flicked on, so it creates a lot of data content there, but we can zoom around and see the sites. And then I've set Hatter up as an example. This is the Hatter-Colquhoun National Park, and then here you can see the red is the area of investigation for the project area, and then the mapping here shows our EVC mapping across the inundation area. So all of this, again, is either in the body of our report or in the appendices, but given the size of the sites and the map, some of the map books are 30+ pages long, and they can be quite hard to navigate. So this can just be an easier way to view the data. If you'd like to see anything through the presentation, we can switch between the veg condition layers, the veg water requirement group layers, threatened species data as required.
So my next question was going to be that we've got, as you say, enormous amounts of maps in the map book.
Yeah.
But in each case, are the maps attached to your specialist assessment
Yeah.
taken from this tool?
Yeah, so there's no data in here that's not in the specialist assessment report.
And why don't you show us some layering just so we can see how it works? Give us that example you're going to start with, I think, or any example. Yeah.
So at the moment, this shows our EVC layers, so our veg class mapping across the inundation area. But I can switch that across, for instance, to show the veg condition mapping, which uses the HAB hectare assessment scores. And then I can flick on the legend to show the breakdown so that it aligns with what's in the report as well. And then we can also put on things like the threatened EPBC listed communities, for instance, and show that those areas are outside. We have mapped those areas, but they're outside any of the areas that will be impacted by the proposed works. And it's quite neat to be able to flick between the different layers and water bodies. And I can put on the DELP current wetlands to be able to see those in context of the maximum inundation area, etc.
Okay. Is it worth you, when you started, you're going to show us quite a zoomed in example of how it works. Is it worth you taking us to a specific close-up view of how that information reads? Yeah.
So I've got Belsa Youngera shown here. And so this is over near Nakoya Creek. The coloured polygons indicate the different habitat zone mapping, which includes both the vegetation class mapping as well as the conditions. The tree data here is categorized, showing whether the trees are very large or small canopy trees, and then also whether the trees are alive or dead. So stags are the dead trees shown here. And then we can also flick between and show which are the impacted trees. So based on the construction footprints, turning on this layer, you can see which trees in that area will be impacted and which ones will be avoided by the proposed works. And if I turn off the veg layer here, it also gives an indication, and this is something that I'll touch on briefly, around the extent of the area surveyed. So the orange line here is the construction footprint. Now, the construction footprint includes, the area where the actual infrastructure or barriers is going to be put in, and then it also includes that extra buffer that's required for the construction works to be undertaken. So track movement, ancillary areas, lay down areas, etc. And then the red boundary is the area of investigation. So the detailed flora surveys throughout the project with regards to the works and construction phase of the project have been undertaken in this broader area of investigation, which is generally between 10 and 20 metres in addition to the construction footprint. So looking at these areas here, we can look at which of the threatened species are within the construction footprint or which are recorded outside of the construction footprint. And you can see here where we've mapped a number of large trees and threatened species outside of the area of investigation as well. It's certainly not a cutoff point when we're in the field where we stop undertaking our surveys. It's a guide and the minimum area that's been assessed or mapped during the surveys.
All right. Now, as I understand it, this tool was used a lot through the process and including with the technical reference group process. Is that right?
Yeah, with the TRG presentations.
And perhaps while I'm on that, I might give you an opportunity I'm sorry, we're not on your slides, but it's neat to do it this way. You might let the committee know what interface there was between the preparation of the special assessment report and the BERG, the reference group, and how did that work? Yeah.
So the BERG, we met with the BERG on multiple occasions, and we worked with both the BERG and TRG through method development over approximately 9 months for the assessments, as well as the BERG having involvement in doing technical review of our specialist assessment report as well.
And so it was a form of a technical review advice or peer review also of work as any drafts, or did you send anything to them when drafted?
Correct. Yeah, so they reviewed the full 1,600-page specialist assessment report for us and provided feedback that was fed into the report.
Okay. All right. Well, look, hopefully the committee assists by that in case they have questions where you think it's going to be easier to go and answer it by reference to this tool than something else you've got to show them quite exactly on the ground, as it were. Bearing in mind too, there hasn't been a site inspection. So if the committee members ask you to show them on this, you'll be able to do so, as I understand, on any particular site. Is that right? Yep. Okay. All right. Well, now can we go back to your main presentation?
Absolutely.
And I think we can take your agenda as read. They're just your headings you'll take us through.
Correct.
And I think what I'll do is ask you to get rolling. So we move on to the next slide and off we go.
Thank you.
Shelley, I'm going to go on mute so there's no background noise. But if I want to interrupt you, I'll jump back on. But I hope so. Otherwise, you're on your own, as it were.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Before I kick off, I'd just like to confirm at this point that whilst I've been the terrestrial flora lead for the project, the work I'm presenting here today is a culmination of well over 1,000 hours of work that's been undertaken by a team of specialists. And as Mr. Townsend mentioned, those key contributors are documented in my expert witness statement. So our assessment has been undertaken to address the scoping requirements relevant to terrestrial ecology in identifying the existing environment, identifying measures to avoid and minimise impacts to ecological values, and assessing the residual effects of the Belsa-Yangara and Hatter Lakes North projects. Mitigation and management measures are identified and discussed in the assessment of effects chapters of our specialist assessment report, which is chapters 7 and 10 for Belsa and Hatter respectively, as well as in chapter 13. I've just touched on these areas and shown you an example on the map. That's just to give context of, I guess, the extent of the areas surveyed with that extra buffer around the area of investigation. And these are terms that I will touch on during the presentation today. So one of the key parts of our assessment was the assessment of the existing conditions at both sites. And this included collecting a suite of data on a range of parameters and not just looking at what flora was present at the time of the assessments. So the specialist assessment report details both the methods of and the results of our assessment of existing threats to biodiversity and current management practices, the identification of threatening processes, along with a likelihood of threatening processes occurring or being exacerbated by the projects, looking at ecosystem function, as well as extensive surveys across the area of investigation, and then also that maximum inundation area that I'll discuss briefly over the next 2 slides. So a detailed description of the methods for the work undertaken in the area of investigation is in chapter 3. I'm not going to run you through all of that, but I'll quickly give you an update on some of the surveys undertaken to date, gives you an idea of the kind of data we've been collecting. So desktop assessments have been undertaken across this whole study area. So that includes a 10-kilometre buffer on the combined area of investigation and the maximum inundation area. So this is a huge area that we've been collecting that desktop database on, looking at all the relevant databases, and then where there are existing reports that have been undertaken on the project sites for instance, Mallee CMA or Parks Vic, this data has all been incorporated into our assessment and includes a range of flora and fauna census reports undertaken from 2013 and monitoring reports for EPBC listed species like Lepidium monoplacoides at Hatter. So this has all been taken into account when determining the likelihood of occurrence for rare and threatened flora species and communities, both within the impact and inundation areas at the project sites. Now, some of the original field survey data for the project was collected as early as 2015, in spring 2020, detailed flora surveys were again undertaken for the full area of investigation at each site, with that broader buffer around the construction footprints. And so the new habitat hectare assessments and mapping were undertaken in line with the updated 27 guidelines for assessing native vegetation. That's the DELP guidelines. I will probably say DELP instead of DECA at a few points today. So if I'm saying DELP, we're now DECA. So the same level of survey was again completed in 2021 and 2022 for any additional areas that had been added into the construction footprints in spring. These areas were cropping up as a result of further efforts to identify options to avoid and minimise impacts to either ecology or cultural heritage values. So that same level of detail has been undertaken for the full area of investigation. Now, the likelihood of occurrence for threatened species, we've taken a conservative approach here when determining the likelihood of occurrence, both for the area of investigation and the inundation areas. And for many species that haven't been identified during the surveys, despite the extensive surveys taken over a number of months within the correct flowering times over a number of years, we've made the determination that the species is likely or could possibly occur due to the known or likely presence of suitable habitat within these areas, and taking into account the altered flooding regimes that means certain species could still be present but currently dormant in the seed bank, just waiting for the right conditions. The surveys across the maximum inundation area have used a different approach, but similarly following through on desktop assessments. And again, the detail is in chapter 3 of our specialist assessment. But I guess the key 2 reasons for undertaking flora surveys in the maximum inundation area have been to prepare both detailed vegetation mapping. So this included the ecological vegetation class or EVC mapping, to enable us to prepare the vegetation water requirement group mapping, and then also to undertake targeted surveys for listed species and communities throughout the maximum inundation area. And the second reason was to undertake habitat hectare assessments, or VQA. And whilst this data has been used in our reports to talk about the existing conditions at a snapshot in time, the primary reason to collect VQA data across the inundation areas was because this data was required to feed into the DELP native vegetation calculator for the assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity, which is chapter 7 of the EES. So this is a separate document to our specialist assessment, which I won't be going through in detail today. It's important to note, and I know this is something that's come up in questions, that the surveys we've undertaken in the maximum inundation area as part of our specialist assessment, for the most part, are not intended to constitute baseline data for the project to determine whether the project benefits will be achieved. The project's baseline data collection and ongoing monitoring for the project sites are outlined in the MER, and the only variance from this is the data collected on deep-rooted vegetation in locations identified in the groundwater specialist assessment that are considered as potentially being at risk from hypersaline groundwater that Mr. Hoxley touched on last week. But these surveys were established using the TLM methods and could be repeated in the future to monitor change, if any, in the condition of canopy trees within these risk areas, noting that we aren't anticipating for there to be a change in the vegetation in these locations during the operating phase of the project, given the very low risk levels that have been identified, and that ideally we'd have been able to capture 2 to 3 years of baseline data prior to watering, and the current natural floods that are underway mean we'll only have a single year of baseline data from 2021. And I'm trying to whip through this quickly. I asked the CU team if I could speak for 4 hours, and they've told me I can't. So I'm going to aim to keep it as close to an hour as possible. But stop me if you have questions. So this final slide about methods is around the approach to determining the response of EVCs that we identified on the ground across the maximum inundation area to the proposed watering. So this table and this map are straight from our specialist assessment report. And it shows the breakdown of where we've used each of the EVCs we've identified in those max inundation areas at Belsey-Yungara and Hatter Lakes North, and we've further classified as one of 8 vegetation water requirement groups. So these are a classification adopted for the VMFRP environment effect statements and the environment reports that group EVCs on and adjacent to the floodplain according to their preferred hydrological requirements. So the determination for the breakdown of EVCs into specific VWRGs, there is a lot of acronyms here, was based on information included in the feasibility investigation of options for Hatter Lakes back in 2007, the Hatter Lakes Environmental Water Management Plan prepared by MDBA in 2012, the business case reports for Belsa and Hatter from the CMA in 2014, and then also a guide to water regime, salinity ranges and bioregional conservation status of Victorian wetland ecological vegetation classes, which is a document prepared by Doug Frood and Phil Pappas in 2016 that we were advised by TRG to incorporate into our assessments. It also included specialist inputs from the project team. So the bands for the optimal watering are broad. We know that. There are fluctuations in the landscape that mean a patch of lignum swampy woodland could receive water at a slightly different depth and duration depending on its location within the landscape. And as such, we've kept our analysis of the project benefits as part of the specialist assessment report at a high level to take into account those nuances that would occur on the ground. This map here on the right shows where the vegetation water requirement groups that we've modelled across the inundation area at Belsa are, and the breakdown of the different vegetation types. For instance, in this location, the pale orange colour, which is the dominant VWRG, that's where we've modelled areas containing black box woodland. So this covers areas of riverine, chenopod woodland and lignum swampy woodland. And so it shows that dominance across Belsa Youngera with far few areas of red gum dominated communities across the max inundation area. In the interest of time, I'll refer you to figure 8.5 for the equivalent map for Hatter Lakes North in our specialist assessment. And again, if questions arise about this, I can bring up the story map or the digital interactive map later on. Now, before I kick into a summary of our key findings, I would just like to touch on the implications of the current flooding for the existing conditions and flora values, primarily using Hatter Lakes North as an example, insofar as they have implications for the findings of our specialist assessment included in the EES. Just to cover off, so I'm not constantly saying, but now that's flooded already throughout the presentation. So as mentioned by others giving evidence last week, the current floods are the biggest we've seen across the region since 1956. And water is reaching parts of the floodplains that have been under stress for decades and have been showing the initial signs of terrestrialisation and a decline in health and condition, as well as a contraction in the extent of wetland flora across these areas. One of the residual risks assessed as part of our specialist assessment is impacts to native vegetation as a result of both the construction and operational phases of the project. And I'm pulling up here Lake Bulka, which is within the northern part of the Hatter-Kolkai National Park. And it's a natural lake bed that DELT models as once containing the lake bed herbland EVC. So it's just located here, currently under a bit of cloud there. And you can see it as the water progresses, moving, I guess, north and from the north and the south over time within the December period when water finally reached the lake. So Lake Bulka was one of the 10 locations at Hatter Lakes North, and definitely the largest location, where during our surveys, we observed the terrestrialisation of vegetation to the extent where there'd been a shift away from a wetland EVC towards a terrestrial EVC, low chenopod shrubland. So you can see in this imagery, it's now fully inundated, and so these photos here show the lake bed in 2021 in June. So what would have been a lake bed herbland is now dominated by terrestrial dry chenopod species. So Atriplex nummularia, old-man saltbush, a range of different chenopods. So the presence of these species constitutes a shift or complete transition, which has resulted from the lack of water. So whilst one of the project aims is to slow or halt the decline in ecosystem function, which includes where possible reversing terrestrialisation, our specialist assessment has documented the potential for indirect negative effects of the operating phase of the project on terrestrial vegetation, both EVCs and individual threatened species. Lake Bulka is a perfect example of this, where we've discussed the fact that we would expect the approximately 32 hectares of low chenopod shrubland at Lake Bulka to be drowned out and lost, with the expectation that with a more natural watering regime reinstated, that the floristic composition of species present across the lake bed would transition back towards more water-dependent species. But as a result of the current natural floods, this initial loss that's discussed in the specialist assessment that's in the published EES that could arise as a result of environmental watering is already underway. So the initial loss or the trigger for these positive transitions towards a suite of species that would more likely reflect what was present pre-river regulation has already been pulled. So natural flooding can and does have this same effect of drowning out terrestrial species on floodplains. But a key thing to note here is that the ecological shifts will be more dramatic if the floodplain is left to terrestrialize between very infrequent natural flood events when compared to the shifts expected in the more regularly inundated floodplain with VMFRP. Now, I'll touch on this at a couple of points when looking at our key findings with some commentary on how the residual effects outlined in the specialist assessment in the EES may have already shifted as a result of the natural flooding.
So it'd be a change to the risk assessment matrix in the exhibited version, because where you've forecast in some cases a loss, that loss has now happened naturally.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry if it gets noisy, a torrential downpour has just commenced outside my window. Okay, so I'm going to start by giving you a quick overview of the key findings of our assessment before I delve into it in a bit more detail. And it's possible this will help keep me on track with time, as I might be able to skim and leave some of the other slides and the detail in those for you to review. So both of these project sites, Hatter Lakes North and Belsa-Youngera, are floristically diverse. We've recorded 339 native species at Belsa and 232 at Hatter. So these include 50 FFG listed species at Belsa, one of which is also EPBC listed, Lepidium monococoides, winged peppercress, and that species won't be impacted. And then 44 listed species at Hatter Lakes North. Now, each project site also contains relatively intact areas of native vegetation. And yes, there will be localized construction effects on native vegetation that constitute a very small proportion of the overall native vegetation at the sites. So Belsa-Youngera, including both Belsa Island and Youngera Islands and the Lakes Powell and Carpool to the south, cover over 6,500 hectares of predominantly native vegetation. Within our area of investigation, we've identified close to 150 hectares of native vegetation, and the proposed impacts are 50.3 hectares. The Hatter Lakes complex covers over 9,000 hectares in size, and we've mapped close to 50 hectares of native vegetation within the area of investigation, and approximately 19 hectares of that is proposed to be removed. There are no proposed impacts to FFG or EPBC Act-listed flora communities as part of the proposed works. And at Belsa, there are no endangered EVCs that will be impacted. And at Hatter, there's less than 0.2 hectares of an endangered EVC, which is a plains grassland. So each of the project sites contain tens of thousands of large canopy trees, predominantly river red gum and black box. Belsa-Youngera, within the area investigation, we've mapped 1,809 trees. This is just to give you, I guess, a bit of a context when we start looking at those impact numbers. And whilst 692 are considered a loss, only 300 of these large trees will be directly removed and 392 will remain in situ. Conversely, over 11,800 large trees have been modelled as occurring within the maximum inundation area at that site. Hatter Lakes North, we've had 473 large trees within the area of investigation, and 150 are considered a loss. But again, 31 of those won't be directly removed and will remain in situ. Again, there have been over 8,500 large trees modelled as occurring within the maximum inundation area for Hatter Lakes North. And at both of those sites, we expect all of the existing canopy trees within those inundation areas to benefit as a result of the project works. So importantly, coming back to some of the reasons for the existence of VMFRP, our survey results have identified a decline in the condition across a range of parameters that one needs to consider when assessing the cumulative effects of the works at each project site. When we're talking about the loss of large trees and native vegetation across the floodplains, this is definitely a passion point for a lot of people, including myself, and it's easy to question the numbers on a piece of paper, both without looking at that broader landscape, but also without considering the what if. What's the result of the do nothing approach without VMFRP at these sites? Based on our surveys across the inundation area, there's currently insufficient recruitment of eucalypts in the treed EVCs to replace the canopy layer over time. So under the current watering regime, we'll continue to see a reduction in the extent and condition of canopy cover across the floodplains, and we're going to lose that canopy layer over time. We see this at some of the western sites, which we'll touch on in a month's time, where you've almost lost the entire canopy of black box across the floodplains. This is what we're trying to halt and reverse and stop from happening. Now, I'm anticipating that at some point today, I'll get asked about the timelines in which we might see the benefits of these sites. For some parameters like understory species, this might be within 1 or 2 seasons. But for things like the replacement of canopy eucalypts, these timelines can be long, and we know it can take hundreds of years to replace a large liver red gum. But the current loss of canopy trees as a result of river regulation at these sites has already commenced. So without being able to turn back time, the proposed engineering works are a last resort in a bid to get more water and keep it there for longer onto the already stressed floodplain. So as such, as stated in our specialist assessment, I do believe that the operation of the projects is likely to result in an overall improvement in the biodiversity of the floodplains, with likely improvements to the condition and extent of native vegetation, canopy cover, populations of threatened species, and an increase in the extent and condition of floodplain wetlands and marshes. Looking at the sites in terms of their overall existing conditions, part of that assessment included looking at the existing threats and current management at both of the sites. So the key existing threats, we know there's lots of documented research and evidence on this: river regulation, drought and climate change, grazing pressure, decline and loss of threatened species, and terrestrialisation of the floodplain ecosystems. You can see in the images here some black box woodland at Belsa, which is in decline, and that prime example where there's no recruitment cohorts of the black box canopy cover, and also a lot of tree deaths. There's currently, these sites are being managed by Parks Vic. There's a lot of management plan strategies and action plans in place already, particularly with things like pest species management. So there are a number of, well, in addition to the existing threats, we've also considered the threatening processes. So these are listed, potentially threatening process listed under the FFG Act, as well as key threatening processes listed under the EPBC Act. An assessment was undertaken of the relevance of the likelihood of potential and key threatening processes to occur at Belsa Youngara and Hatter Lakes North, and only those threatening processes that were considered to be relevant to the project were assessed. These are detailed in Appendix D of the specialist assessment, and you can get more detail there if required. So it's important to note that the impacts associated with these threatening processes will be mitigated by the implementation of the project EDSs. Now I'll give you a quick overview of Belsa, aware that a site visit hasn't and may not happen. Belsa consists of a variety of floristic communities dominated by river red gum, black box, tangled lignum, and then understory chenopods. So the vegetation of Lakes Powell and Carpel is quite distinctive in the southern part of the project area and supports lakebed herbland across the lake floor, with mallee and woodland communities present on the fringes. We've talked about the floristics of these sites, so I won't delve into this detail here. This here gives a selection of photos depicting some of the diverse habitats and flora species present within the area of investigation at Belsa. So you can get an idea of the different condition of vegetation, as well as an idea on the range in condition of the existing access tracks at the site, which helps get, I guess, an understanding. I know previous speakers last week have discussed the different types of tracks and work required on them. You can see some of the tracks are well established and in areas where there's no impacts to native veg or trees required. And then there are other tracks where, you know, low-hanging trees or narrow track networks might require some trimming of branches or lopping of branches or even tree removal. These photos are all taken within the maximum inundation area at Belsa Youngara in 2021. Obviously, with the current flooding, most, if not all, of these areas have currently been inundated to some extent. There was no evidence of canopy recruitment at approximately 43 of the sites we surveyed, indicating that those current levels of recruitment won't be sufficient to replace the canopy cover across the maximum inundation area. And whilst there was evidence of canopy species, so this is all eucalypts for this site, recruiting within all of the treed EVCs, lignum swampy woodland, which is that dominant EVC across the maximum inundation area and covers nearly 1,500 hectares of the 2,300 hectare inundation area, exhibited the lowest levels of eucalypt recruitment of all the treed EVCs, with only 56% of the surveyed sites showing evidence of recruitment.
Sorry, it's probably just me, but what is evidence of recruitment when you look at a site? How do you know?
So we're looking for seedlings or saplings of the eucalypts, and to have sufficient recruitment to be able to replace the canopy, you need multiple cohorts, but we were looking for any evidence at all for this. So we were looking, if you had a handful of seedlings, we were saying, okay, there's some recruitment happening there, but ideally you would have 2, potentially 3 cohorts. With species like red gum and black box, the recruitment is often triggered by a flooding event. Some eucalypts are triggered by fire. There are different reasons, disturbances that create that recruitment. And because of the lack of inundation in these areas over a prolonged period of time, that recruitment process has been missing. And okay, in the interest of time, I'll just show this native veg condition map, which was modelled using the results of our on-the-ground veg quality assessments, so the HAB hectare assessments and our rapid site assessments. You can see the small purple and pink triangles that indicate the locations where survey data was collected across the inundation area. There's a range of other figures that we can pull up if valuable later on, such as the EVC and threatened species maps, if that helps answer questions later. But this gives an indication of the higher quality areas in the dark blue are few and far between across the maximum inundation area. So in addition to the VQA data that was collected in the maximum inundation area, we collected these suite of data, and what we collected was developed in collaboration with TRG members at rapid sample sites across the inundation area. So I've discussed the species recruitment, but another thing that we looked at was evidence of terrestrialization. So the results are summarized here and are detailed in Appendix S of the Specialist Assessment Report. But 2 of the rapid sample sites within the inundation area at Belsiangera were showing signs of terrestrialization with at least 1 terrestrial species present. And the low levels of recruitment and evidence of terrestrialization are likely, we believe, the result of the declining condition of the veg across the floodplain over time with the result with the reduced flooding. Hatter Lakes North, obviously Hatter is a well-known site with the TLM works that have happened there over the last 10 to 15 years. It's regarded nationally for its significant environmental values, and it's comprised of approximately 20 lakes and surrounding woodlands that receive water from the Murray River via the Chalker Creek. The Hatter Lakes North site is part of the National Park, which is currently managed for environmental conservation. Hatter Lakes features wetland habitats that under a more natural water regime were regularly inundated and provided reliable aquatic habitat and refuge during regional droughts. While the site is not within a weir pool, the general impact of river regulation has been to reduce peak flows, change the seasonality of flows, and increase minimum flows. So the condition of ecological values at this site has declined in response to the altered flow regimes as well. Again, we've discussed the diversity of the flora at these sites, and we did not record any EPBC listed flora species within the area of investigation or inundation area at Hatter, but we know they are located at the southern end of the park. So again, I've included a selection of photos depicting some of the diverse habitats at Hatter. The photos provide some examples again of the different veg communities. We've got black box, red gum, dominated communities, as well as the grassland community that I mentioned earlier on, which was the one endangered EVC that will be impacted by the proposed works. This also gives an indication of the quality of the tracks. This one's a bit cut off, but the quality of the tracks at Hatter Lakes North, which has meant there are no construction works proposed along the existing access track network. And these were upgraded as part of the TLM works and ongoing management by PBs, and therefore there's no veg removal proposed along any of the tracks for this site, which is quite distinctive when compared to Belsa. The photos here again were taken during surveys in the inundation area in June 2021. And there's, again, no evidence of canopy recruitment at approximately 70% of the sites we surveyed. This is again indicating this isn't sufficient to replace canopy cover. So we did identify again some recruitment within the full suite of treed EVCs that we assessed. However, the dominant EVC here, which was riverine Keenapod woodland, that makes up 770 of the 1100 hectare area of inundation, exhibited the lowest levels of eucalypt recruitment, with only 21% of the survey sites showing evidence of recruitment. So that is an alarming level of recruitment across such a large area and such a big proportion of this floodplain. As per Belsa, at the moment, I'm just showing you the native veg condition mapping. Hatter Lakes North is quite distinctive in the terms of the layout of the water management areas. And you can see on the map here, this is the Lake Bulka water management area. And it's quite distinctive in terms of the floristic composition. So Lake Bulka is dominated, the Lake Bulka WMA is dominated by black box dominated communities. And the Chalker North WMA is dominated by red gum communities. So you can see here, these darker colours all indicate the higher condition vegetation. And so the veg condition closer to the Murray River, which is over here, is actually quite significantly higher than the veg condition over in the Lake Bulka WMA. So at the Hatter Lakes North site, we actually identified a higher percentage of sample sites where terrestrialisation was present, with 35% of the sites showing those, one to three terrestrial species present within the inundation area. Again, similarly, the terrestrialisation, low levels of recruitment, just signs of the decline in the condition of the floodplain that have occurred over time. Avoid and minimise. So we're still talking relatively big numbers in terms of impacts to native veg. Extensive work has been undertaken on the project since the business case phase of the project to design the projects in a way that minimises impacts to ecological values. In addition to those ongoing efforts to avoid and minimise that have been undertaken, I attended workshops for Belsa and Hatter with a range of specialists, including ecology and cultural heritage, where we all came together along with key staff from VMFRP to look at alternatives to the existing construction footprints at both sites that would further minimise impacts to some of the key values identified. During the workshops, we moved from west to east, looking at each location track network, looking at significant values and discussing how things could be shifted. In those kind of conversations, there needs to be a little bit of give or take when we're looking at avoiding cultural heritage values that might mean a larger impact to ecological values and vice versa. So that process involved looking at a hierarchy of the values that were identified across the different disciplines and making a call based on the most important value at those sites. We were able to change the footprint locations at dozens of locations. Sometimes it's just not feasible or constructable. And then there are certain instances where we might look at a map and say, we need this to move west, but a regulator, for instance, needs to sit along a creek line. So it can only move north or south along an existing creek line. So you're limited as to how far and in which direction you can move some of the associated construction footprints. The residual effects for construction. We've touched on these briefly in my summary slide, but it's important to remember that when we're looking at these overall numbers, these include both direct removal and areas where the potential for indirect impacts means certain vegetation or canopy trees have been included in the overall losses discussed in the report, but they'll actually remain on the ground. Now, the residual effects and operations. So the area and expected overall response of each EVC likely to be affected by the environmental watering scenarios summarised in our report in table 7-17. And the figure here, which is also taken from the specialist assessment report, which illustrates the predicted responses of the EVCs we've identified on the ground. So overall, we're anticipating a strong positive response of the vegetation on the ground to the proposed environmental watering. The map on the right, this is one that's taken from the groundwater specialist assessment, which I know Mr. Hoxley has shared last week and has been discussed previously. And again, this just shows areas where there's going to be an increase in evapotranspiration, and it's indicative of additional areas outside the project area where there's likely to be benefits to the health and condition of canopy trees. These are in addition to the areas that are discussed in terms of quantified benefits, both within our specialist assessment as well as in attachment 7 to the EES. I guess these are the cherry on top, nice to have indirect benefits of the project. And the darker green areas show the greater increase in ET. And important to note that across Belsa, Youngera, these red gum areas that are going to receive this benefit are important habitat to the EPBC listed Regent Parrot as well, which Mr. Holmes will be talking about later on today. The residual effects for Hatter Lakes North, again, 31 of the large trees that are proposed to be impacted will actually remain on the ground, and there'll be, I guess, the conservative approach has been taken when assessing the overall impacts to native vegetation, and the EDS E2A, I'm pretty sure, also requires the ongoing efforts to be made during construction to further avoid and minimise impacts to native vegetation. Again, when we're looking at the residual effects in terms of the operation phase, we're looking at strong positive responses for both the Chalker North WMA, which is that one on the eastern side. The difference in the heights here is literally just based on the area. So we're expecting all of that area to have a positive response, and 2.1 hectares to have a positive neutral, and then the full suite of that Lake Bulka WMA in the western half of the project area to have a very strong response to the proposed watering. Again, we've used Mr. Hoxley's image here, and it's showing that those areas where there's an increase in evapotranspiration and the huge area of predominantly red gum and some black box veg that will benefit from the indirect benefits of the proposed operation phase of the projects as well. This part here is this is taken from our report, and it's I guess they contain a lot of information. Don't need to take it all in, but they tell the story of the residual effects of both the construction and operation phases, looking at the different parameters that we assessed with our risk assessment. And with the addition of the EDS mitigation measures, the residual adverse effects posed by each ecological risk generally result in a reduction of risk category compared to the inherent risk category at the start of the project. Based on the consequence criteria, some of these here for impact areas are sitting high for things like area of native vegetation removal and trees. We acknowledge that risk. We know that's there, but we also believe that these impacts to native vegetation are well outweighed by the benefits of the project. The assessment of effects for the operation phase. So I've put a little asterisk note here on one of these items, native vegetation. And this is one of those areas where we've altered our thinking, I guess, from the specialist assessment in the published EES based on the current natural flooding that's occurring. Originally in our report, this table included a high for this item here for potential removal or destruction or lopping of native vegetation as a result of operation. And that was a direct result of that 31.6 hectares within the Lake Bulka lake bed of low chenopod shrubland So we're anticipating that that vegetation would have an initial drowning out phase before that positive transition towards a more wetland and aquatic dependent suite of flora species. But that process is already underway. So at the moment, we're considering this as a low residual risk, because the proposed environmental watering is just going to speed up that positive transition that's already commenced as a result of the natural flooding.
Ms. Jelly, could I ask a question of clarification? Was that to do with the time frame within which you were considering risk then, if the anticipated transition would occur regardless of whether, say, the current flood or a managed flood?
So it was just about that initial removal. We wanted to consider that, yes, there's native vegetation present on the ground that will die as a result of the flooding, having water there. Lake Bulka should receive water naturally about 1 in 10 years and hasn't received water for decades. So there's been that full EVC transition towards a terrestrial veg type. But there's no expectation that that site would end up as bare ground or full of weeds as a result of the flooding. The anticipation is that it will be a short-term loss of that native vegetation that will be recolonised by more flood-dependent flora. And again, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of species will be present in the seed bank and dormant and have just been waiting for those conditions. VMFRP wants to send me out in spring. I'm very happy to go and have a look.
Thank you, Ms. Jelly.
So the monitoring, so the construction phase of the project, I'll start with that. The key residual impacts of the project is the loss of native vegetation, large trees, threatened flora, and the loss of habitat for fauna. So that's from the terrestrial ecology perspective, obviously. And while the Belser and Hatter projects during operation are expected to have an overall benefit to the ecological values at the site, when assessed as individual sites and cumulatively, monitoring of the residual impacts that may result from the construction phase of the project would occur to avoid and minimise these. So the performance of EDSs would be evaluated and by development and implementation of a monitoring program. So this is detailed in the construction biodiversity administrative process. I'm just reading that to get the words right. So EDS E2A, and also the pest, plant and animal management, monitoring and management plan, EDS E3. The monitoring program would include contingency steps to be taken if impacts from the construction are found to be higher than expected. So if a weed outbreak unexpectedly occurs. And this is detailed in table 13.5 of the specialist assessment, and it describes the proposed terrestrial ecology monitoring to be undertaken. And the key parts of this would be verifying that vegetation removal is consistent with the extent of vegetation approved for removal at each site, setting objectives for vegetation recovery using baseline data from 2020 and 2021 field surveys. So these objectives would consider the extent to which reinstatement of native vegetation through natural regeneration from soil stored propagules and wind animal dispersed seed meets or exceeds the structure, floristic diversity, and the condition of impacted native veg. So is the reinstating vegetation, does it meet or exceed the conditions of pre-construction vegetation? It also includes setting objectives for the cover of weeds within the area of investigation using the data collected during the 2020 and 2021 field surveys, and follow-up monitoring and control will be required for listed noxious weeds and environmental weeds prior to and post-construction at both sites. There'll also be a requirement to confirm the survival of the EPBC Act listed flora species, Lepidia monoclocoides, winged peppercress, which was identified along a track heading in south towards Lake Powell at Belser-Youngera, and also evaluate the effectiveness of the protection that is proposed to be put in place during construction. The final point here is evaluating the progress of the reinstatement towards achieving objectives. And at the end of the monitoring period, which is 5 years post completion of construction, evaluating whether monitoring should be extended. So it's not a sign and tick it off at 5 years. It's an adaptive management approach there as well with the monitoring. And then providing recommendations for management or contingency measures which may be required. There's the long-term monitoring and evaluation reporting plan, the MER, which has been developed by ARI for the ecological outcomes of VMFRP, which is designed to capture both the short and long-term responses of the ecological values. The length of time that this is running for is at least 15 years, similarly with the option to extend if required. And this time period for the MER is notable in that as a result of the ongoing monitoring from the TLM projects, one of the key findings was that 10 years isn't long enough to be fully assessing the changes and the benefits over time of these kinds of projects, and it had recommended 15 years. So that's one of the reasons the MER is that longer 15-year period when compared to the TLM monitoring. 20 past 11. When did I start? I am running out of time. So the post-exhibition activities. So as per the previous specialists who've given evidence, I've been involved in a range of post-exhibition activities to bring us to this point here today. And I'll kick off by providing a summary of the key issues raised during the public submissions.
Ms. Jelly, just a time check. If you do you think you'll be able to finish in about 10 or 15 minutes?
Yes.
Great.
I think there's about 25 slides. A couple of those at the delivery standards we might have to go through,
I
but
think I can skip those, yeah.
yeah, I would like Ms. Jelly, of course, to refer to those ones that respond to the other witness
Expert
statements,
statements,
Kendall. So perhaps, Ms. Jelly, well, we've got 10 minutes. The break's 11:30, Member Kendall.
That's right. I'm happy if it runs over.
If it goes a little further, well, yeah, but we'll keep an eye on it. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you, Member Kendall. So the key issues have included the extent of impact to ecological values, the response of native vegetation and threatened flora to the proposed managed inundation, with specific queries around whether black box is a flood tolerant species or a flood dependent species, impacts to matters of national environmental significance, so threatened flora, and then EVC transitions. There've also been queries raised around the methods for the special assessment and whether these have been sufficient to address the scoping requirements of the project, as well as the approach for assessing the project benefits. I won't dwell on this, we've covered this, but I guess this is a reference slide for looking at these queries later. It just talks about the difference between the direct and indirect impacts and taking into consideration what will actually be left on the ground despite being considered a loss. The response of native veg and threatened flora to the proposed inundation. So this was a focus question around black box and whether it should be considered flood tolerant or flood dependent. We acknowledge that black box certainly requires less frequent watering than river red gums, but the results of our surveys across the inundation areas at each site are indicating that without even the less regular inundation that black box communities require when compared to red gum communities, the black box communities are not developing enough eucalypt recruits or recruit cohorts to replace canopy. So the specialist assessment report cites some published literature, and there are some of those references included in the dot points here that I won't read out. But they document that the results of recent experiments have identified improved reproduction and regeneration of black box as a result of environmental watering, as well as improvements to canopy, both crown extent, cover, and new tip growth, and reduced infection by box mistletoe. So we're confident that the watering proposed is not only okay, but appropriate and beneficial to the black box across the floodplains at these sites. There's been a query raised around the response of native vegetation, in particular the EPBC listed flora species Lepidia monoplacoides. The photo here on the right is the location I mentioned earlier near Lake Powell at Belsi-Yungara, where we identified a population of this species. It's at best about 10 centimetres tall, and the National Recovery Plan for winged peppergrass states that the winged peppergrass grows at sites. Sorry, I flicked ahead. It grows at sites that are seasonally wet, either through periodic flooding or where rainfall runoff collects, and a regular wetting and drying regime is probably required to maintain an open habitat and facilitate seed germination. There's some additional information here and some more detail in the expert witness statement. But the purpose of the project at Belsi-Yungara and Hattah Lakes North is to enable the delivery of environmental water to reinstate a more natural flood regime to the waterways and floodplains. And it's predicted that this would improve the health and condition of both known and potential habitat for this species at Belsi-Yungara and Hattah Lakes North. The response of EVCs to the proposed operation phase. Now, this query around the terrestrialisation and the reversal of terrestrialisation is a bit of a common theme, and it's important to keep in mind that the transitions are not expected to result in the loss of native vegetation in the long term in any locations. The vegetation on the ground, as I mentioned, will still be dominated by native species, and the transitions are expected to be a minor component of the floristic complex. I've included some examples here with regards to river red gum, black box, and some of the chenopods, which are the main component species across the floodplains at these sites. The methods, whether the methods were sufficient to be able to address the scoping requirements. As I mentioned in discussion with Mr. Townsend at the start of the presentation, the process to develop the methods to ensure they were able to meet the scoping requirements was lengthy and involved multiple reviews with both the Berg and TRG. I'm comfortable that the methods that were signed off, employed as part of the terrestrial ecology assessment, are sufficient to meet the scoping requirements relevant to terrestrial flora. There was a second query specifically around the use of the VQA method for surveys. So this is habitat hectares, a DELP method that is normally used for impact assessment. So the use of that method within the maximum inundation area. We are well aware of the limitations of the use of VQA data as a tool to measure change in condition over time and as a monitoring tool. And as mentioned earlier, the primary purpose for collecting VQA data was a DELP requirement to enable information about the inundation area to be fed into the DELP maintained calculator. So these assessments, while providing a snapshot of vegetation condition in time, are not intended to replace or inform the baseline condition monitoring described in the MER. The assessment of benefits. The approach used for the assessment of beneficial effects of the specialist assessment report included in assessing the predicted benefits to flora and native vegetation with consideration of a range of factors that I've summarised earlier and are also dot pointed here. So this is separate to the quantification of the proposed benefits for the projects that seek to demonstrate that Belsiangera and Hatter Lakes North projects would provide an overall improvement to biodiversity. And so these are outlined in the assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity. Again, that's attachments 5 and 6 of the EES. I might have called that attachment 7 earlier. So our report is providing that overall review of the benefits, which we strongly believe will be achieved by the proposed operation phase of the project. Some of the queries that were raised by the RFI from SIAC have already been addressed in the previous slide, such as the process around determining the veg water requirement groups, condition of veg across the max inundation area at the project sites, and whether black box should be considered a flood tolerant or flood dependent species and EVC transitions. So I won't reiterate those, but if you have additional follow-up queries, please ask me during the course of the cross-examination. I'll quickly step through responses to some of the other relevant requests though. Okay, I'd like to try and do it quickly, round out the conversation about terrestrialisation with reference to requests 30 to 33 from the RFI. So terrestrialisation is that change in floristic composition from more flood dependent or tolerant species, aquatic, mudflat, floodplain species, to those adapted to a drier environment, terrestrial species. It can occur across wetlands and floodplains over time and in the absence of appropriate flooding regimes. Terrestrialisation is clearly apparent in varying degrees at some of the project areas due to a reduction in flooding frequency, extent and duration. A perfect example of this is Lake Bulka. The whole of VMFRP is being designed to halt the decline in floodplain condition and where feasible to reverse terrestrialisation. It's one of the problems that the project is trying to fix and even reverse. So we shouldn't be labouring or be overly concerned about the risk of the reversal of terrestrialised areas across the floodplain, as this is in fact one of the goals of the project. So VMFRP proposes to reverse this terrestrialisation by providing environmental water to wetland and floodplain areas, like you can see here at Lake Bulka, that are currently dominated by terrestrial dry species. More regular watering is expected to lead to changes in floristic composition over time, specifically a decrease in the richness and cover abundance of terrestrial dry species and an increase in the richness and cover and abundance of characteristic plant functional groups associated with wetland and floodplain flora. So aquatic mudflat floodplain species. These are the desirable species that would be expected to return in response to more regular flooding.
In fact, in one of your earlier slides, Ms. Jelly, I think you put terrestrialisation under the heading of threatening processes.
Correct.
Yeah,
exactly. So there's been another request 57, a query around the operation and the potential for negative effects on particular terrestrial dry species. So we acknowledge the proposed works will have some negative effects on some native vegetation. This includes threatened terrestrial dry species that are present in the maximum inundation area, but it's expected that the overall benefits of the project at each site will still outweigh the indirect negative effects that may result for some flora species, particularly terrestrial dry species currently present within the maximum inundation area. And these species are actually present as a result of a loss of more floodplain dependent flora that would have been there previously. Acacia oswaldii umbrella wattle, which is shown in this photo, was one of the examples. It's a widespread acacia species in northwest Victoria and common within its habitat. Chenopodium desertorum, subspecies rectum. It's got scattered occurrences in northwestern Victoria where it can be locally common. And then Vitidinia condyloides, while uncommon in Victoria, it's also nonetheless sufficiently present outside of the project area to preclude the threat of local extinction. And as such, there's no plans for the translocation of terrestrial threatened flora listed under the FFG Act from within the maximum inundation area. And as we know, the sites are currently underwater. So any of those initial losses and potential detriments to terrestrial dry flora species across the max inundation area has already occurred and is currently underway as a result of the current flooding, which exceeds the maximum inundation area of both project sites. For instance, the EPBC actually listed Lepidium monoplacoides at Belsiungara is not proposed to be inundated by the proposed works, and it has been underwater for a period of at least a month as a result of the current natural flooding. As discussed earlier, in relation to the potential initial loss of terrestrial values, these losses have most likely occurred. It would be interesting to get out and monitor some of the known locations in spring this year and see what the results are on their populations of the large floods. It's possible that the assessments we have made, we feel that they are possibly quite conservative in approach and that the impacts would not be as great as what we've documented in our specialist assessment. This figure here has been quite contentious. Some queries have been raised about the use of this diagram. As described in the methods section of the specialist assessment report, this figure is only intended for use as a simplistic representation of the transition between vegetation communities and their ideal flooding frequencies. This has not been a figure that's been used in the development of the EWRCs, which were developed by Mallee CMA, or for the VWRGs, which are part of the terrestrial ecology specialist assessments for the EESs and ERs for VMFRP. A query was raised around, so this is request number 62, around the impacts of salinisation and how they'd be addressed should impacts be detected by the proposed monitoring. So within our specialist assessment in section 13.2, there's an outline of the monitoring, auditing and inspections that are proposed during the construction and operation phases of the project, with additional detail around the requirement for contingency planning. So contingency planning is required where there's the greatest potential for adverse effects. So formal planning for contingency is not undertaken where unexpected adverse effects are considered unlikely. For issues that may arise with regards to salinity, contingency management actions are likely to be continued or increased application of the standard measures included in the EDSs with monitoring feedback determining the need for further action. So there's not actually expected to be a decline in the vegetation. So at the moment, any methods for that monitoring and any changes have not been outlined in full, but they would occur as required. 3 minutes over. I'll quickly touch on the two tabled expert witness statements. So document 87 first. So this expert witness statement, the focus was around the arid bronze azure butterfly, and I will definitely be leaving all matters for the butterfly to Mr. Holmes. But in terms of their habitat, there were some discussions in the statement around the flora and the habitat for this species. So major natural flood events will still occur across the maximum inundation area, regardless of VMFRP. We can see them, they're happening now. With longer durations between natural flood events, the floodplain can progress towards further advanced states of terrestrialization between the very infrequent natural flood events. So this habitat is then exposed to more dramatic ecological shifts as terrestrial species, both flora and fauna, are displaced and or potentially killed when compared to the smaller shifts expected in a more regularly inundated floodplain. Important to note here that there is an EDS in place that includes a clause that required private landowner agreements are to be made prior to inundation of any private properties. So I guess whether or not private property in the northern end of Hatter gets inundated if the projects are approved in future is not a locked-in event.
Unless natural, of course.
Unless natural, as that property is currently underwater at the moment, correct. So river regulation and the lack of flooding has been identified as a significant threat. I've discussed that. It's one of those key existing threats at the sites. There is a lot of scientific literature supporting this. It's recognised that not all species within the inundation area, MIA, I should have written that out in full, the maximum inundation area will benefit from inundation. And this is particularly the case for terrestrial species, but the colonisation of terrestrial species into the maximum inundation area has been at the expense of more flood tolerant species already. So there's already been that loss. I'll briefly touch on the table document 88, the second expert witness statement Mr. Townsend referred to. So we agree. Engineering works proposed are, it's a last bid resort, but the engineering works that are currently proposed are fundamentally different to those that contributed to the problem in the first place. So the river regulation, locking of the Murray River and use of water for irrigation, these works have been designed to facilitate, so the works of VMFRP are designed to facilitate the flow and retention of water on the floodplain, which is severely lacking. We agree floodplain flora may have changed over the past century. However, the do-nothing approach to floodplain management is a far greater risk. I've touched on before the limitations with the VQA method to be used across the maximum inundation area. And then there was also a query that came up through, I think, this panels of the submission, as well as this expert witness statement around the use of the NSIM tool to determine potential benefits for threatened species. So this was part of the assessment of overall improvement for biodiversity. And this is a DELP used tool, and it was a requirement that this tool was used to assess the potential gains as a result of the project. Obviously, there are some risks associated with the assumption that all of the species there will benefit, but those species that are documented in the expert witness statement are also addressed within our report, specifically where we've drawn out those species such as Acacia oswaldii, the Chenopodium desertorum. So it's acknowledged within the EES that there will be some potentially some negative effects of the operation phase of the project for those species. But the tool, the NSIM tool, is a DELP maintained tool that the proponent does not have the ability to override.
Can I just say on that one, Ms. Jelly, it might be an appropriate point I was going to ask you, but it's an example of through removal using a tool to prove a gain, and it dovetails a bit in this case with taking that further, potentially having to provide offsets for removal of vegetation.
Correct. So, it goes both ways, and I've worked on projects where we've needed to provide offsets for species that there is absolutely no chance could possibly occur within a location, but they've come up as having modelled potential habitat using the NSIM tool. And it's a very difficult and lengthy process to try and get that overridden. So it's a factor of the tool, and it's what we're working with the current native veg legislation.
What do you say on the question of offsets here as to whether that's a positive response to the removal of vegetation here to achieve gains to have to also offset, or whether you see this as having a different context in policy terms?
I feel a different context in policy terms, and that these projects fit perfectly under the conservation benefits exemption that's outlined in the DELP guidelines and legislation. I've worked on similar projects on the Murray River at a much smaller scale, but with the same intent. So Catfish Lagoon to the west of Mildura, a project where it was putting in a structure to enable watering into Catfish Lagoon. We followed through the conservation benefits exemption approach with DELP, and that project approved and built, and you can see Mallee CMA spruiking it on their social media pages and the benefits that have been achieved there already. So these projects are a bigger scale, and understand that it's larger scale both at each site and then also across the 9 sites, but the benefits are there for these projects. They're the positive response that we are confident that we'll see. I was involved in the TLM works at Hatter and Mulcra 12 plus years ago. You don't have to try too hard to see the benefits of those sites as a result of the watering that's been undertaken as part of TLM. Even jumping in a plane and flying to Mildura, you can see the changes from the air. I think maybe it was Mr. Sheehan even showed a picture from the air last week. So these benefits are obvious and a huge improvement to the alternative of the do nothing approach. And I think following an approach of offsets, it's a huge expense and defeats the purpose of the process we're going through at the moment.
Thank you. Okay, does that take us
To
the EDS,
EDS, which have been covered last week. So there was two recommended changes to the EDSs for terrestrial flora. Mr. Forrester stepped through the proposed amendments to the exhibited EDSs, and those proposed amendments have been adopted, and we're working through the process of carrying those edits out across the full suite of the 9 sites. And they are, in short, changes related to enhanced biosecurity checks for vehicles entering the project sites during construction, and the specific inclusion of weed management and monitoring as part of the rehabilitation plans for the project as well,
as shown in the day 1 documents. So, okay. All right. Does that bring us to the conclusion of your presentation?
Correct.
All right. Thanks very much, Ms. Jelly. I can imagine.
Sorry, I went over.
No, thank you. Member Kendall, that will be the presentation.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Jelly and Mr. Townsend. We'll break now for 15 minutes and come back for questions of cross-examination. So see everybody at 11:57. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you everyone. Welcome back. So we'll move now into cross-examination. And we'll start with Ms. Mabry representing Environment Victoria. I'm just trying to find our expert on the screen. I'd ask Ms. Jelly to pop her camera on. Thank you very much. Welcome back. And Ms. Mabry's indicated she's got approximately 30 minutes of questions, so I'll hand to you directly to ask your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Jelly, for your presentation. A very good job of getting a lot of information out in a short space of time. My first set of questions is in relation to the extent of tree removal, which you've talked about. Can you describe the proposed timeline in which the large and very large trees will be removed for the projects?
I would need to take that one on notice and put that back to the proponent around the proposed timelines for the construction. I do know it would be a staged approach, not having the construction happening across the full area at the one time, but I would need to get some more information from the proponent.
That's fine. Something that hopefully is more in your wheelhouse is, could you confirm the time that it will take? And you did touch on this in a very general way, but the time that it would take for each of a black box and a red gum tree to grow to the extent that it can be classified as a large or very large tree.
So to be classified as a large tree, so very large tree was something we were asked to consider. It's actually an outdated term that's no longer included in the legislation, but a very large tree from the previous version of the legislation is something with 150% of the benchmark that's considered to be a large tree. The diameter at breast height, which is how we measure the size class of a canopy tree, differs between the different EVCs. So a red gum can have a large tree benchmark of between 70 and 90 centimetres at the sites at Hatter and Belser. And similarly for black box, depending on what EVC or veg type you're in, the large tree benchmark is either 40 or 50 centimetres. So there's no one size fits all time period for one of these trees to hit that period, so to hit that size class. With a more natural flooding regime, that time period would be a lot shorter. So Australian trees don't have a similar growth pattern as trees, for instance, canopy trees in North America, where there's an annual tree ring that gets added in an annual growth period each year. Our trees need to have the required, flooding in these instances for them to grow. They'll grow at a slower rate without the natural flooding regime, and that rate has been reduced with the river regulation. So depending on the right conditions, it could be, you could have a large river red gum in 60 years. You could have one growing at a centimetre a year to hit that benchmark, but it depends on the conditions, depends on drought, what's happening with climate change, as well as any natural or environmental flows that would be provided in these landscapes.
Thank you. So it's a fair summary to say it could be 60 years, but there are a lot of factors that will contribute to
Absolutely.
that period of time. So it could be a fair amount longer than that. It could potentially be shorter than that, but we're talking.
And there are plenty of large trees at these sites, which you can see have grown quite quickly. So you can have large river red gums that are 70 centimetres in diameter with no obvious evidence of hollows in them. So that's different to other species of eucalypts, where by the time you had a 70 centimetre diameter tree, you would most likely have hollows. So there are young, large trees in these areas as well.
Oh, that's useful to know. Thank you, Ms. Jelly. In terms of the extent of clearing, I think the assessment, and you referred to earlier, that the proposal is approximately 50 hectares out of approximately 150 of native vegetation in the area of investigation at Belser-Yungarra, and 692 of 1,800 large or very large trees. And for Hatter Lakes North, 18.9 hectares of 52.58 hectares of native vegetation and 150 of 462 large or very large trees. Now, each of these figures for the area of investigation is a loss between 32 to 38% of that total. Before we talk about mitigation and alternative approaches, which you have discussed, do you agree that 1/3 is a significant proportion of that area?
You're looking at it in the scale of the area of investigation, which
Correct.
is, a less than 1% area and far less than that of the
Yes,
actual
but my
part.
question, sorry, Ms. Jelly, did relate to the area of investigation.
Yes, correct. So with the area of investigation, that area has been specifically designed over the course of over 10 years and has been refined and reduced since the business case phase of the projects. And the intention is not to have a giant area investigation that covers a suite of areas where there's no option to have your impacts. So the area of investigation is centred on where the works would need to happen to enable the environmental water. An appropriate buffer has been included to allow for shifts and alterations to the construction footprint to avoid and minimise impacts. But in terms of the scale of things, the footprints are tight, they're manageable, but they're tight. The area of investigation is an appropriate buffer for the survey area. So it's not a question of whether it's a significant impact within, if that 30% of the area of investigation is a significant issue. It's a question of whether the buffer has been appropriate, which it has been for the purposes of these assessments.
Okay, thank you. And is it correct that the loss of the trees that we're talking about, including, I think the number is 354 hollow bearing trees, won't be immediately compensated for by the projects?
Mr. Holmes will discuss the hollow tree replacement and what discussions are happening there. But as my understanding is, there's no immediate plans for one-for-one hollow replacement as part of the projects.
Thank you. And in terms of the clearing of these trees in the area of investigation, what's your understanding of what components of the project it is that require this clearing? So my understanding is that the clearing is occurring in the construction area, and so the clearing is required due to things like access paths and those types of undertakings. Is that accurate?
Correct. So at Hatter, there'll be no veg removal associated with access tracks though. The tracks are all wide enough. But at Belsa, there will be veg removal associated with improvement, track upgrades and track widening in some locations, not all. So that's because of the size of the construction vehicles that will be required to get into areas. At the moment, Belsa Youngera, it's a state forest. It's managed for recreation. The tracks are definitely sufficient for forward drives, but they're in some areas they don't have enough clearance to enable the types of vehicles that would need to access the sites. There's also going to be veg removal at the locations where infrastructure would be required. So where there's going to be a regulator, there'd be obviously direct removal there, as well as either tree branch lopping or removal around the fringes where they could be overhanging the construction height, again, enabling that clearance and safe working zone for the construction crews.
Thank you. And will these trees to be removed primarily be red gum and black box?
Correct.
And these are keystone species in the landscape more generally?
Correct. Keystone species that will be benefiting to a far greater extent as a result of the operation phase of the project.
Speaking of that, I guess if works were not required to be constructed at Hatter Lakes North and Belsa Youngera to deliver environmental water to the site, is it correct that the clearing that you've considered in your assessment would not be required?
Well, at the moment, the sites and the floodplains of these sites are in a huge decline trajectory as a result of river regulation and climate change. If we do nothing at the moment, yes, you would not require the vegetation removal, but you would also have a huge continued decline in the condition of a much greater area across those floodplains.
Thank you. Just for clarity, I'm not talking about a do nothing scenario, but a scenario where water could be delivered, but in a different way to what's proposed by the project, such that the infrastructure itself isn't required.
Okay, yeah, so questions around, I guess, water policy, I would like to state are outside my remit, and our assessment is based on the assumption that the water and the operation scenarios proposed would be available against the existing conditions at the sites.
Thank you. Were you asked to consider, or did you consider the extent of proposed clearing at the other 7 VMFRP sites as part of your assessment?
Yes, so I'm the terrestrial flora lead across the 9 VMFRP sites and have led the terrestrial flora component for EES Central and West, but also been involved and I'm across what's happening in the proposals for the 5 ER sites as well to the east. As part of our assessment, I think it's chapter 13 of our report. If I'm not looking at you, I've got my report on the next screen. We've got a table that considers the proposed veg losses for all of the 9 sites and considers that cumulative effect, acknowledging that the other sites haven't been published yet, and so there are probably going to be some tiny shifts compared to what is in the first EES Central package as the remaining packages are finalised. But yes, we have considered the broader cumulative changes across the landscape.
Thank you. In relation to salinisation, can you confirm that the proposed approach to addressing potential impacts of salinisation on trees is either via environmental watering, installation of draining infrastructure that would require considerable effort to install, or reducing the frequency or depth of managed inundation?
So the specifics around the approaches to salinity, I think Mr. Hoxley has covered already, and sitting outside of my area, our assessments involve the areas where we've looked at those areas at risk of change in salinity. As a result of the operation phase of the project, there are no changes with the potential to occur associated with the construction phase at these sites. And so we've looked at those risk areas identified by Mr. Hoxley, and our focus has been on, I guess, we're looking at the assessment of effects of these projects.
And so in that process, have you considered that if there were to be salinisation impacts on particular trees, there would be some change to approach required?
Yes, so I touched on that briefly on my slide about monitoring, that at the moment, exactly what that monitoring or adaptive management would look like has not been defined. There's no expectation currently that there would be a change in salinisation that would have a negative effect on the trees, the deep-rooted vegetation that has that ability to access the groundwater. However, we have collected baseline data so that can be monitored over time. There's that ability to link in with the groundwater monitoring that Mr. Hoxley has touched on. And at that point, if changes are detected in the salinity, if changes are detected in condition of the trees in those locations, that's when the land managers, Mallee CMA, proponent would be working to create an approach to modify the watering.
Thank you, that's really clear. And so if, for example, in that adaptive management, new drainage infrastructure was required, that's something beyond the scope of what you've considered at this point in time when thinking about the clearing of trees. In relation to a number of the species that you spoke about, the FFG Act listed species, the umbrella wattle, frosted goosefoot and clubhair New Holland daisy. Yep. I think my understanding is correct, including based on what you spoke to earlier, that there are currently no proposed mitigation strategies for these 3 species, that in your specialist assessment were found that there would be severe consequences to over time.
Correct. And currently those species, as I mentioned earlier, are underwater, and those effects that we anticipated had the potential to occur as a result of environmental watering would have already occurred as a result of the natural flooding that's currently underway. We are in discussions with TRG members and DELP, saw some of them on the line earlier, around what the process would look like for FFG permits and requirements in the future. So those discussions are ongoing with the proponent and the regulators.
And in terms of the impacts of the current natural flooding that you've mentioned, is there data on that before the committee at present, Ms. Jelly?
So the current floods are a moving beast for everyone. So we're considering, I guess, the first discussions we've had are in this panel here. Like, we only understood the extent of the flooding in December. We've all, like everyone else in the region, been tracking the floods on the ground or through the use of Sentinel mapping and understanding the full extent. We've got baseline data as well as what's being collected by ARI across many of the sites as part of the MER, but understanding the implications of that needed to be ground truthed once floodwaters start to recede and over the coming seasons, as you would and as has been proposed for the 15-year plan for the MER as well.
Yeah. In your expert statement, you say that the loss of dominant canopy species is not expected, as monitoring and adaptive management will mitigate the risk of such a dramatic unintended ecological shift.
I'm just going to flick back to my statement. Do you know which paragraph number?
I will try to find your paragraph reference.
Miss Mabry, your audio, excuse me, Miss Mabry, your audio just dropped out as you were asking that question. I might get you to repeat. Thank you.
Yes, of course. The question, can you hear me okay now, Chair? Yeah.
I can. Your video is a little fuzzy now, but as long as I can hear you.
Yes, that's the problem with these automated cameras. They sometimes decide
that's
not
better.
a priority.
Thank you.
Thank you. The question was a reference to the expert report the reference was that the loss of dominant canopy species is not expected, as monitoring and adaptive management will be used to mitigate the risk of such a dramatic unintended ecological shift. And my question was about how that monitoring and adaptive management would occur.
And I'm just trying to get a hold of the paragraph location in the statement so I can just get the context there.
5.19, I'm told.
5.19. Thank you, Mr. Townsend. So this is, I'll share my screen and I'll zoom this in once it's sharing. Oops, 519. Oh, my screen sharing is blocking my ability to zoom at the moment. Can members of the panel see that? So within each EWRC, so this is the environmental water regime classes, the frequency of inundation is intended to target a suite of EVCs in line with their inundation frequency requirements. So the EWRCs are a classification, a grouping that has been developed by Mallee CMA for each of the sites. I'm just trying to find the specific line you were referring to.
I think it's the final line of the...
Correct. So the MER will feed into the adaptive management approach that's adopted. So Mallee CMA, as they have for the TLM works, use the results of the TLM monitoring to further refine the proposed environmental watering that any sites receive. Over the Millennium Drought, they brought in emergency watering at sites that were in high decline that hadn't been planned beforehand. The environmental watering is the operation phase, I guess, just defines what the operation scenarios would be for each of the water management areas at the sites, but there are also separate environmental water management plans, the EWAMPs, that are developed by the CMAs that help manage the watering at the sites. It has to be adaptive because you have to feed into what's happening with the natural flows, natural flooding events. Sometimes it might be a complete lack of natural flooding that requires that VMFRP, that the whole operation phase would follow on as prepared in the documents over a 10 or 15-year period. But if there's some natural flooding, even minor, that's going to be adapted, and the results of the monitoring are going to be used to help determine what watering is required at the sites. If there was a decline in tree condition as a result of certain watering duration and frequency, then that's the kind of things that would be adapted for future watering events.
Thank you. And you similarly refer to adaptive management response in paragraph 5.21, just below.
Yeah.
In relation in general to your consideration of adaptive management approaches as responses to unintended consequences of the project, to what extent were you asked to, or did you consider how those approaches might need to interact with differing water requirements for other aspects of the project? For example, black water events.
So we did take into consideration the potential for black water events, but I guess you get to a point where you're starting to look with a crystal ball at future unknown events and how they might interact. And so that is the purpose of the monitoring. And the reason it doesn't, you don't just set and forget and say, this is how we're going to play it out. You have that monitoring, you assess the condition and the responses of the vegetation and all of the other aspects on the floodplain, and then adapt as required. So with the proposed watering, it's a guide. This is how the CMA plan to, I guess, operate the sites, but it depends on a range of factors, and the monitoring is a key part of the results of that monitoring feeds directly into the CMAs and land managers and how they manage the sites.
Thank you. And so when you're referring to adaptive management here, you're really talking about how those decisions are made in the future, balancing other requirements of the projects. Thank you. Just interested in some of the materials that you considered in your assessment. So I'm interested if you considered, and apologies if I've missed this in your presentation, the mapping of potential different inundation scenarios as they relate to flora, or if you were generally considering the maximum inundation extent for that purpose.
No, so we've considered the different operating scenarios. So there were some graphs that were used on slide. I'll see if I can point you in the direction of the slides, at least slide 33 and 35. And on the slide deck, there's a reference to where that's located in our specialist report with a lot of additional information there. So these are assessing the vegetation against the proposed operating scenarios for the different water management areas. So it does differ what's proposed for black box EVCs, for instance, depending if you're looking at Hatter Lakes North, whether you're in the Chalker North WMA, or whether you're in the Lake Booker WMA to the west.
Thank you. There have been a number of documents tabled since your assessment, and I just wanted to be clear that these aren't documents that you've since considered. They're December 2022 Arthur Ryler Institute expert elicitation and a January 2023 Ecological Associates hydraulical analysis of EVC.
Correct. So those documents are being considered, I guess, in parallel and haven't been incorporated into our specialist assessment to date.
Thank you. Now just a couple of questions in relation to offsets. Is it correct that under Victorian planning processes, ordinarily offsets are something that is considered where native vegetation is proposed to be removed or destroyed?
For direct impact projects, unless you're following the conservation exemption benefits.
And in this context, as I understand it, the proposal is to do as you've just mentioned and seek that exemption. And the way that that would work is that that would then mean that there was not, for example, a condition requiring subsequent offsetting if that exemption,
Correct.
Sort of
there wouldn't be a requirement to
underlying
purchase additional offsets because the, I guess, offset in inverted commas is the benefits that would be achieved across the maximum inundation area. So the demonstration of the overall improvement in biodiversity under that conservation benefit exemption clause allows projects to progress without the purchase of offsets, where you can demonstrate that there will be an overall improvement in the biodiversity.
But it is correct, I think, Ms. Jelly, that Specialist Assessment B has identified what offsets would be required if that proposed approach wasn't to eventuate?
There was some high-level investigations early on to look at what that might mean for the projects.
And did you consider in that process that the areas of Crown land under consideration are already being managed for conservation purposes?
Yes, so and in the and again, I won't touch too greatly on the assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity, the attachment 5 and 6. Someone correct me if I've got that one wrong. I wasn't involved in the development of those documents. However, when looking at the gains and the benefits, the private land was excluded because you can't actually confirm what's going to happen to those areas in future. So yes, whilst they are looking at areas that are already being managed primarily for conservation, you're also looking at areas that are in decline, even with the current efforts that are being made by land managers at those sites.
Thank you. Just 2 more questions on offsets that are just very specific clarifications. In the specialist assessment at page 145, there is reference to clause 52.17 of the Victorian planning provisions in relation to offsets. I just wanted to confirm that in that context, you weren't asked to consider or didn't consider clause 12.01-2S of the planning provisions.
I am just trying to get to the right section of the report, section 4, legislation. Can you repeat the line that you're referring to? Sorry, I was just finding the right section.
Yes, it was the reference to clause 52.17 of the Victorian planning provisions.
Yes.
And I just wanted to confirm that in that context, you weren't also asked to consider or you didn't consider clause 12.01-2S.
Just looking through this at the moment. No, so the focus, the table here, so it's table 4-1 of the specialist assessment, as well as the appendix. So there's appendix A is the Commonwealth and state legislation, outlines the considerations taken as part of the specialist assessment for terrestrial ecology. I can't talk to the considerations made as part of the planning, land use assessments and other parts of the EES at this point.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you, Ms. Jelly. And just earlier, you mentioned cost as a relevant factor to the appropriateness of offsets. Is that something you were specifically briefed to factor into your assessment?
No. So our assessment has just been following the native veg guidelines, following the descriptions and our experience of implementing the conservation benefit exemption clause within the native veg guidelines in similar areas along the Murray.
Thank you. Just a couple of additional questions. To what extent were you asked to, or did you consider the impacts of the projects on terrestrial flora in other parts of the Murray River?
So outside of the 9 project areas?
Correct.
So our cumulative effects assessment does include some discussion of other projects, other major projects along the Murray in chapter 11 of our specialist assessment. And when we've undertaken our assessment, there's appendix Z. I have been working on the Lindsay and Polar report. I'm just going to check. Yes, it's appendix Z, where we're looking at the assessment of effect pathways for FFG species. This is one where particularly we have looked at the extent of native flora populations across the broader area within their extent of their habitat. So for quite a few of the species at Hatter and Belsa, we're at the far-reaching extent of their habitat, where they're often species in that semi-arid northwestern region of Victoria, and they don't occur elsewhere further along the Murray. Some species do. So as far as the potential for species to occur in other areas along the Murray, we've considered the impacts in terms of their overall populations.
And so is that relevant to the species within the project area?
Correct. So we've used DELP where available. So DELP as part of the process of updating the FFG Act and amending the threatened species, documents were produced that include extra detail on threatened species, including threatened species habitat modelling and population estimates. This isn't available for all of the species at our sites, but where available, DELPA provided us with that information. And so we've used those overall population estimates for species when we've been looking at the potential and the extent of the impacts, both locally and regionally for individual species. So that's for all of the species across all of the FFG and EPBC listed species at both sites. So that's a very large table in the final appendices of our report.
Thank you, that's clear. Jumping around just a little bit for just two more questions. Thank you, Ms. Jelly. My second last question is, to what extent did your assessment of impacts on terrestrial flora in relation to the projects take into account specific aspirations of traditional owners in relation to terrestrial flora?
So we have the project's obviously been working with the traditional owners. There had been an intent prior to the bulk of our survey field work, which commenced in 2020 and went through to 2021, for the flora and fauna specialists to be working with TOs on site. Due to COVID, this wasn't able to happen. So we've both worked with the cultural heritage team as part of the assessment process and been sharing knowledge between teams, but we were not able to have TOs out on site with us, which was unfortunate, but a factor, one of the many factors that we dealt with trying to conduct fieldwork in those remote areas during the lockdowns that Victoria was exhibiting under the time.
Yes, I appreciate that. And just when you mentioned the cultural heritage team there, did you mean the team undertaking that assessment for the project rather than a works team?
Correct. So the specialist assessments so whilst the terrestrial ecology teams weren't able to work on site with the TOs, the cultural heritage specialists were absolutely on site with the TOs for thousands of hours, and I think still doing some fieldwork out at Lindsay Island. So so their knowledge was able to be passed on to us and vice versa in terms of sharing information. And there are instances where particular locations of certain threatened species are often a good indicator for cultural heritage relics. So there's been a sharing of data both ways where possible within the realms of the significance of the cultural heritage values, and often it's sensitive and can't be shared with broader teams.
And so that information, though, that was shared with you related specifically to cultural heritage rather than specifically to flora, is that correct?
Where it mostly related to flora was around those, like that kind of example where the potential for certain species was often an indicator for cultural heritage values, but also around significant trees, so scar trees.
And so that information about scar trees, is that present in your assessment of the impact?
No, so the scar tree information is included in the cultural heritage specialist assessment, but I am not sure on how much of that is redacted in the public documentation.
Thank you, that's clear. Just one final question. You mentioned the Avoca marshes as an example in your expert statement when talking about inappropriately managed inundation regimes that have adversely affected vegetation. I'm wondering, I'm happy if you would prefer to take this on notice, conscious of time, but I was interested if you're able to provide more detail on that example.
So the Avoca marshes was actually an example that was brought up in one of the public submissions. So our mention of it was a response to the public submission.
And so to the extent that you referred to it in your slide, what was or in your expert report, sorry, what was the intention there?
So I'm just flicking to that section now to get the full context, and also realizing there's a spelling mistake and it says Avoca Marches, which is always disappointing. I'm just bringing this up. I'm sharing my screen now. Yes. Yeah. So this was in response to issues raised about potential impacts to native vegetation and large trees. And where is 521? I'm just getting back up to it there. Sorry, I'm just flicking through this. Now, if I need to read this, so maybe we can take this one on notice so that I can get back to you to save people listening to me reading that out loud.
Sure. And I think just in summary, my question is, what does that example tell us? Or if you haven't considered it, just confirmation that that hasn't been considered.
Okay. Yes, I will get back to you. This particular example was only mentioned in specific reference to what came out in the panel submissions.
Thank you. That was my final question. Thanks, Ms. Jelly, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Maybury.
Thank you, Maybury. Ms. Jelly, could I just clarify with that last question, is it your intent to still provide a response, or is what you just said the actual response?
I will get back to, I want to read it properly for full to just refresh myself, but I expect that will be the answer, but I'll double check and confirm after lunch break.
Thank you. No, that's great. Thank you. We now have questions from Dr. Kelly, representing the Friends of Nyabinifera Park. So I'll ask Dr. Kelly if she could put her camera on, please. Oh, great. Thank you. And Dr. Kelly, can I just confirm you'd estimated 20 minutes of questions? Is that still likely?
Probably not, but we'll see how we go. It's very hard to judge.
Oh, yes. No, I understand that. Clearly, yes, if you can keep it to around about that or just a little over, that would be great. I note that you need to leave by 1 as well, which would suit the timetable.
Yeah, I have to be at the meeting at 1, so I actually need to leave before that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kelly. I'll leave you to ask the question.
Could I ask, is it possible to resume it after lunch?
If we need to, what time will you need to go, Dr. Kelly?
Well, I probably have to leave at 10 to 1.
Okay, well, if I'll just let you go for it, using your initial estimate of 20 minutes, if we could stick to that, that would be great, but I'll get you to advise me at the end. Thank you.
Thanks. I had trouble accessing the PowerPoint for a while because I didn't realise it was on documents to be tabled instead of documents tabled, but thank you, Ms. Jelly, for your presentation. And sorry if there's any background noise here. Ms. Jelly, could I ask, when did you last go to the 2 sites?
Dosa Youngera, I was there in April of this year, both undertaking some fieldwork and then camping on a family holiday. Hatter Lakes North in March of 2020 of last year, sorry, 2022.
Okay. And sorry if these questions are a bit all over the place, but I'm just going to fire away.
And that is as a result, I'll just clarify, that's as a result of the fieldwork and the different, I guess, stage of this project. The footprints had been finalised and our reporting was wrapped up and going through the TRG review process and finalisation for publication of the EES.
Thank you. Mr. Marsden has said a couple of times now, this is not a natural ecosystem. Ms. Jelly, do you agree?
So I wasn't.
Perhaps just before you answer it, Matt, can I suggest, rather than it being what someone else said and in their context, just the question shouldn't refer to Mr. Marsden, just ask if this witness thinks it's a natural ecosystem and what's meant by that. I think it's best to leave somebody else out who's not, who might be otherwise being verbaled or contextualised.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Yes, Dr. Kelly, if you could just continue, and obviously for the efficiency with questioning that might get us through before lunch as well, just any additional commentary if that could not be included. Thank you.
It's great to have Mr. Townsend's learned self to direct me because I'm not a lawyer. I just find that a statement like this is not a natural ecosystem is disturbing, as these are national parks and recently assessed by VIAC in both on the New South Wales side and Victoria have created national parks and reserves along both sides of the river.
So I can't comment on the specifics of the aquatic ecology presentation yesterday. However, the natural ecosystems across these floodplains are described in detail through sections 5 for Belsiangera and sections 8 for Hatter Lakes North in our specialist assessment. We have hundreds of pages describing the ecosystems of the floodplain. They are currently being negatively impacted and have threatening processes in place as a result of human-induced changes, the river regulation and climate change. However, the ecosystems across the floodplains are certainly a natural space within these parks.
Thanks for that. My next question is about the impact and inundation sites and the construction footprint. Can you clarify, was the areas outside the maximum inundation area and construction footprint investigation area, did you assess any areas outside these footprints?
We didn't.
Referring to the slide you showed where you had the yellow line and then you had the red line around, say, the regulator being built at Nakoya Creek.
Yep, so we didn't, to cover off the inundation area first, we haven't assessed extensive areas outside the maximum inundation area at the sites. These, as I mentioned, we've spent thousands of hours on site. These inundation areas are huge and extensive. We've covered a great deal of land across those inundation areas. And unless we were looking at areas that were identified as part of the groundwater specialist assessment as potentially being at risk of altered hypersaline groundwater, the focus for the inundation area surveys has been within that max inundation area boundary. In terms of the areas we've assessed as part of the impact assessment, the area of investigation has been refined over the years with locations removed and changed since the business case phase of the project. So the area of investigation that is seen in the published EES is already a much refined version of the project broader footprints. The area of investigation is the survey buffer outside of the construction footprint, where we've assessed threatened species and canopy trees and other values that have the potential to be either indirectly impacted. They also provide additional context for the populations of threatened species and canopy trees within those localized areas. And it also enabled for, I guess, the collection of a broader area of data so that if, for instance, our team undertaking terrestrial flora work or the fauna team or the cultural heritage teams find areas that were absolute no-goes, there's additional data captured already so that the project managers and engineers could be looking at footprint alternatives within that broader area that's been assessed to avoid and minimize the higher value locations. Obviously, I'm a botanist. All the large trees out in these landscapes have got value. We appreciate that. And they're important to the landscape. But looking at that balance of the best way to avoid and minimize impacts at each location. So the area of investigation has been large enough to be able to enable refinements to footprints and to collect additional ecological data.
Thank you. Looking at recruitment, and I'm sorry if you've already answered this, what does it mean if it's missing?
So this was something that Ms. Mayberry and we've discussed with Mr. Townsend earlier as well. So without appropriate recruitment cohorts of the predominantly eucalypt canopy species, so then you're not going to have a replacement of canopy trees over time. So without having any evidence of recruitment at a huge proportion of the site surveyed at both of these project areas in the inundation area, this is an indication that over time, we've already got dead and dying trees across those floodplains. There isn't going to be replacement trees. So yeah, we're going to return to, we're going to have a transition towards treeless treeless veg types across the floodplains instead of what we all know and expect to be seeing out there.
And you have talked about the lack of recruitment in the areas that you studied for this package, but what about the broad situation across the whole VMFRP region from Gumbower to South Australian border, the black box, so recruitment for black box?
Recruitment is very unique to your specific location and the specific watering that is achieved at any one site. So I can say, for instance, at the TLM sites, there's been improvements in recruitment has been shown over the monitoring since the watering was put in place through that TLM program. So at the other 7 VMFRP sites that aren't being assessed as part of this project, there's also been evidence similarly of terrestrialisation and a lack of recruitment as you move further east for our project sites. And here in this instance, I'm only referring to the Nivenifera Borough, Gumbower, Guttram. The evidence of a lack of recruitment isn't as obvious at the EES sites. So some of these issues with a lack of recruitment increase as you move further west and are greatest at Lindsay and Walpolla. So we do consider what's happening across the length of the Murray, but in terms of being able to speak to a specific site at Chewilla or somewhere where there's black box and red gum, we would need to look at that. I don't think we need to at this point. The recruitment at the moment, we'll have a recruitment cohort as a result of the natural flooding that's underway. One problem with that, if there isn't follow-up flooding to drown out and to top out the saplings that are going to come out, you're going to end up with another negative impact that will need to be managed. So
Kelly, apologies, just for the sake of time, I'll ask you to just be really targeted in answering the questions of Dr. Kelly. Thank you.
No worries. Over to you, Dr. Kelly.
Oh, thanks, Dr. Jelly. We could probably talk about this all day. How many wetlands, billabongs have terrestrialisation happening? And when I say how many, I mean within the area of interest, which is Mallee CMA, Riverine area. Do you have that measured and mapped? And won't all these areas do it without when they don't have flooding, terrestrialisation happen? So
I don't have those numbers for the whole Mallee CMA region. That's obviously huge. We've got our mapping for the terrestrialised vegetation across the inundation areas that I've shown previously and is located within our specialist report for the inundation areas at Belser and Hatter. Yes, some form of terrestrialisation can occur in between periods of natural floods. The issue is without natural flooding with the current river regulation, instead of just the occasional hopbush or encolina dropping in after a period of 8 years without a natural flood, we're having full transitions and EVC shifts to vegetation that shouldn't be there on the floodplains.
And where the terrestrialisation has happened, for instance, where you're talking about in this central package, do you think this current big flood will have knocked those out?
It will. We predict that there'll be death of some of the species. So I just talked about Lake Booker and showed some pictures before. The centre of the lake bed there is dominated by old man saltbush at the moment. It's a terrestrial dry species. It's not flood dependent in any way, and it's anticipated that this species will not survive the current flooding at Lake Booker.
What about the red gum terrestrialisation with red gum saplings?
So in terms of can you elaborate?
Where in say a billabong there's red gum growing in the centre of the billabong, is that called terrestrialisation? Does that come under the category of terrestrialisation?
It would in some extents. That's not an occurrence at either of the sites as part of this package.
Do you think that would be what it's called when it happens, say, in vinifera?
I have not done the fieldwork at the vinifera sites, and I can't comment on the dairy site specifics for the EES Central packages.
Thank you. So yeah, just trying to stop the decline, loss of black box. Yeah. What about outside the maximum area of inundation? Will these projects help stop the decline of black box in those areas?
They will, you have to draw a line somewhere, but I anticipate there'll be benefits to black box communities across the whole, for instance, Belsa-Youngera, where the majority of that site is dominated by the black box or lignum communities, both within and adjacent to the maximum inundation area.
Yep. And with the trees that are there now that have died, do you think they'll just fall over and become woody debris, or what will happen to them, do you think?
That's a process of time, and that depends on a huge range of climatic conditions, whether there are large storms, what's happening with the natural floods. For the trees that are dead, the natural floods currently are probably going to knock over some of those trees that might not have fallen over for 10 years.
Yep. Next question is, what is the land tenure status of the Belsa-Youngera? I noted that you said in reply to Miss Mabry, Belsa-Youngera is a state forest. My understanding was that VIAC recommended it become a part of the Murray River Park. If this wasn't gazetted, why was it not gazetted?
There's a map within our report that shows the boundaries of all of the different the bioregion catchment management authority boundaries. So for Belsa-Youngera, that's in section 5.21 of our report. I'm going to, I've got the word.
Just while you do that, Ms. Jelly, I'm just going to do a check with Dr. Kelly to see how many more critical questions, if you think you'll be able to get through them in the next few minutes.
No, I do not.
So how many questions do you have, Dr. Kelly?
I have probably 12 more.
Okay. All right. I'm just tossing up some options as how to proceed. I certainly don't, I think it's better if we do move through your questions before we go to questions from the committee.
I'm happy to do them and just try to pick out the really most important ones.
That would be my preference, Dr. Kelly, if you're able to do that, and before we break as well, if that works, that would be appreciated.
Just is Miss Jelly coming back to lunch? Sorry, Miss Jelly.
She will be. She'll be back with answering questions from the committee.
Yep. Do you think the riverine area between Swan Hill and South Australia border is well studied, or is it understudied?
Oh, that's not something that I'm able to comment on.
Okay. Yep. Is there any regent parrot nests in the study area?
That is something that Mr. Holmes will be discussing. Okay. There are certainly known nesting locations at Belsa-Youngera, but Mr. Holmes will be talking at length about regent parrots, so I'll leave that for him.
Thank you. I think Miss Mabry covered offsets and the talking about doing nothing, because I was going to ask who has ever said do nothing, but I'll move on from there. Will there be reduced connectivity? I think in our submission you would have seen our concern about connectivity, particularly to places like Wandown, the other reserves in the area, to across the river in the New South Wales forests. Can you speak on that? I don't believe
there's going to be a reduction in connectivity at a local or regional scale. We're actually looking at improving the extent and condition of canopy cover across the floodplains, which is going to improve the biodiversity corridors that are already there in place for fauna. There are already extensive existing access track networks and those smaller localised barriers within the parks. and the works have all been targeted wherever possible to be adjacent to existing access tracks and disturbed areas. So I'm not.
Can I just drill down a bit more there? I don't mean because of the benefits of the projects. I mean the areas that don't have projects perishing and declining. Is that going to affect connectivity?
Well, at what we're assessing here is what would happen as a result of this project, and there certainly would be implications for not doing these projects and the further decline of the vegetation at these sites. I can't comment on policy and, I guess, decision making at other sites across the Murray River.
Thank you. I see that you were involved since 2008 and worked on the TLM projects, both at Hatta, Kundruk, Paracuda, and that you were part of the Frontage Action Plan, Mallee CMA. I was also part of that back in 2003. Just generally, Kundruk, Paracuda, are you aware of poor outcomes there? And how successful do you think the Mallee CMA Frontage Action Plan was or is? So sorry for the questions.
I can't comment on the success of the Kundruk Paracuda. I know there's a lot of documented evidence of the benefits at Kundruk. I know there's currently a report for the latest monitoring round that hasn't been published that North Central CMA have, but that project site sits within a different CMA and region. But certainly lessons learned from other watering projects has been taken into account in the development of VMFRP across the suite of 9 sites.
Yep, and that possibly is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly, and thank you for moving through those questions efficiently. And it's nearly 5 to 1. We're scheduled to have a lunch break at 1. We might actually break for lunch now, coming back at 5 to 2, and we'll move into questions from the committee. Thank you. We'll see everybody in an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. Great, fantastic. Looks like we are all here. Before we do continue with cross-examination, I'll just mention that we have received the expert witness presentation from Mr. George. So that's document 132. And I also have a general question that I'm happy for the proponent to come back to us on, which relates to the GIS mapping tool that Ms. Jelly demonstrated at the beginning of the evidence in chief. And I understand that from what was said earlier, that it's unlikely that that will be able to be shared with the committee, but I just wanted to see whether that could be explored and if there was any version of it or circumstances under which that may work. That were the only things I needed to mention. Mr. Townsend, is there something you wanted to comment?
No, on that issue, I can get some instructions, but I'm happy if Ms. Jelly knows the answer. I've got no, it's Ms. Jelly's the expert. So if there's an answer to that, it can be explained in a moment. And can I just say, well, because I'm off mute, one of the questions that Ms. Jelly referred to us before lunch was the construction periods. And our instructions are, as exhibited in the project description, 18 months. It was one of the questions that was referred to us, I think, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. So, Ms. Jelly, before I do ask Member Bell to take you through some questions of cross-examination, I'll just see if you could provide a comment on the GIS mapping, if that's something that could be made available in any form to the committee.
Yes, so yeah, we will partially need to check in with the proponent. The digital data set has been provided to TRG in a format for them to be able to review. So I think it's certainly within the realms of possibility that it could also be shared with the panel. The particular virtual story map that I've used sits on an internal GHD system, but the data has been shared to enable something like that to be set up. So I presume that's okay, but we'll need to confirm with the proponent.
Thank you, Ms. Jelly. Well, to the extent that it's available, we would be interested in receiving that. I'm familiar with the story map sort of format that you've just discussed and taken us through as well. So thank you. So I'll ask Member Bell if she would like to take you through some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you had a good lunch break.
Thanks. There's been a lot of talking.
Overall, in terms of the loss of native vegetation, how would you consider that as significant in terms of a local, regional or state level?
In terms of the significance of the impacts, given the huge extent of native vegetation outside of the immediate construction footprint and area of investigation, I don't think it's significant at a local or regional scale. The numbers we're looking at are large when you think about some of the other projects that, I've certainly worked on over the years. However, in those locations, you're often looking in urban areas where you're not surrounded by thousands of hectares of contiguous native vegetation.
Thank you, just capturing that. In terms of the exemption process for the conservation works, I've referred to the exemptions from requiring a planning permit to remove, destroy or lot native vegetation guidance note. And it sets out some criteria there. So the first criteria is that the primary objective of the removal must be for an overall improvement in the biodiversity. Setting aside the benefits of environmental watering, in your opinion, to what extent is this project as configured for the primary purpose of conservation compared to the purpose of avoiding social and economic impacts associated with the buyback or other alternate reasons?
I can't comment on that broader policy. The driver for these projects, in my opinion, is around the conservation, working with the CMAs, the proponent, the land managers on these projects over a number of years. The driver for everyone I'm involved with has been around the conservation of these sites and the improvement in the biodiversity at these sites. But I'm not able to comment more broadly on the policy around water buyback schemes.
So the second criteria is common to a lot of policy in this project, the avoid and minimise. And you've mentioned some workshops that informed, I'll get it wrong, but attachment 5 or maybe 7.
Yeah.
Did those workshops include traditional owners?
No, so they included representatives from the Culture Heritage specialist team that have been working on the project. And so they're the teams that have been working daily with the traditional owners in the field. They were all held virtually due to COVID as well, and involved working through a similar story map type situation that I've been sharing during the course of the day to assess the values for multiple different specialist disciplines at the areas.
Thank you. And did you compare the alternative of temporary compared to permanent watering infrastructure?
Yes, yeah. And so, and depending on which site across the nine sites in general, there are temporary pipelines used at some of the sites. And so that's taken into consideration when looking at the potential for alternatives and the potential to, for instance, put temporary watering pipelines adjacent to existing access tracks and looking at ways where we can really maximise the avoidance measures for particularly temporary works.
Sorry, I meant temporary as opposed to permanent infrastructure instead of temporary as part of this project.
So we, even for, I might not have captured it properly yet, but so the temporary work, so we considered permanent loss of native vegetation even where there's temporary works proposed. So we've assumed within the native veg impacts for the assessment reports that even locations where there'll be temporary impacts, it'll be permanent removal, but regardless of whether the works were temporary or permanent, they were all considered as part of the alternatives workshops to look at further efforts to avoid and minimise impacts.
I understand. Sorry, my question is, did you consider using solely temporary infrastructure to deliver a watering regime? No.
So that's outside of my remit, I guess. We're provided with the project layout and descriptions and involved in discussions on efforts to avoid and minimise, but to put in temporary regulators, you're removing the native veg anyway.
Sure, thanks. And at this stage, you might want to look at your mapping, or we might want to look at the mapping if that's okay. So starting with the Hatter Lakes project.
Yeah.
Apologies, I haven't figured out why I lose my voice when I don't talk all day.
All right.
Hopefully you can hear me okay. Must be in sympathy.
I think this should be coming up in a second.
Thank you. So still on the consideration of alternatives, in terms of the K10 regulator infrastructure on Chalker Creek, there's no EVC mapping I can see on the east. Was that assessed or is that non-native vegetation?
Yes, I'll just bring this up. This is currently showing the inundation area. So let me flick off the inundation area layers and flick back to our habitat zone mapping. So there's native vegetation mapping covering the full extent of the area of investigation. So across there's only 4, I guess, key work sites at Hatter. It's the most simple of all of the sites. So this is the Chalker half of the project area, I guess. And yeah, there is native vegetation mapped across the whole area.
Sorry, I guess outside, when it comes up outside the area of investigation to the east.
Yep.
There's no native vegetation mapped, or I couldn't see it in.
Also, we've mapped up to the edge. Sometimes just outside, but we've mapped, like for instance, the borrow pit, we've done a broader polygon that covers outside of the area of investigation for that borrow site location. But the native vegetation does extend. So all of these areas we've mapped to at least the edge of the area of investigation. The native vegetation continues at both Hatter and Belsa almost entirely in every direction. At Belsa, there's a couple of locations closer to the highway where there's some non-native vegetation in private property, but even this is private property here, Colquhoun Station, even where the old borrow pit is, that's now been reinstated with, well, not reinstated, not physically reinstated. It's now covered in native vegetation as well. So the drop off in the mapping is because our mapping shows the edge to which we can say we've mapped every canopy tree, we've mapped every threatened species, we've done that full higher level of data collection.
I understand. So can you advise in that location of the infrastructure on Chalker Creek, if any alternatives further away from the existing track, perhaps to the east, were considered for containment?
Yes, and so I've dropped in some of the large tree mapping from previous iterations of surveys out at Hatter Lakes North, and as you can see, as you continue further east, the density of large trees is just as high. So in terms of the ecological impacts, in terms of moving further east, they're comparable. And in terms of moving further west, would need to check with the proponent, but definitely as soon as you hit the higher ground with the red sand, you're much more likely to be getting into areas with the potential to contain CH values. So moving west wouldn't be an option there.
I understand. Are you able to put the EVC mapping on as well?
So this is, I'll drop the... So the EBC mapping for this one is broken into the habitat zone, so I can help navigate that for this location. So the pale orange here with the hashing is intermittent swampy woodland, which is a red gum dominated veg type with some black box as well.
Sorry, I wanted to see the EVCs in the maximum inundation area.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. Great. Okay. And so because there were similar values further east, any implications for the success of inundation scenarios if it was relocated were not considered because you didn't get to that point because there wasn't a better alternative that you could see?
The proponent might have further information about that with the engineers and PMs, but not from an ecological perspective.
Sure. Okay, and then similarly looking at the K10 containment bank, the south infrastructure. So my understanding of that infrastructure is that it's to allow the control of inundation onto private land, the station that's there.
Yep.
So are there any ecological reasons, for example, to obtain the appropriate depths or flooding durations for the regulator in that location?
Well, the watering that has been proposed for the veg communities here is appropriate. And if I can click, sorry, got to get back to the layer option. Just going to bring up the condition of the vegetation is similar. This one, sorry, I'm just getting across this. There's no, I guess the decision to have a containment bank there is not driven by the ecology there, but the vegetation on both sides of the containment bank is expected to benefit as a result of the project. So all of the vegetation within the whole Chalker North WMA, based on the different operating scenarios, is expected to benefit.
Sure. And are you aware if any alternate locations or processes, including negotiating with the landowner, for example, an agreement or covenant for more frequent inundation or other outcome, has been considered for this location?
I'm not across them, that need to be put back to the proponent. It's possible that's already discussed in the project description chapter of the EES. I would say that's the kind of detail that's been documented throughout that part of the EES.
Thank you. Can you discuss, you might want to zoom in, but it's up to you. Can you discuss the implications for native veg if that land became available for regular flooding and obviated the need for the containment bank?
So this is all part of the, I guess, the Chalker North WMA. If it was available based on the current watering scenarios, we're expecting both sides of the proposed levy to benefit.
Sorry, yeah, I'm just focusing on the impacts of construction that would potentially be avoided if you could perhaps move that further east or take it away entirely.
You wouldn't want to move it further east. The current location is on a main road within the Hatter Lakes, in the Hatter Colquine network. It's wide, it's well maintained. Even if you were going to use this track here as an alternative location, speaking off the top of my head, that's a very narrow track that exits the park. The boundary is somewhere around here into the private property. It's more of a goat track, and the extent of native veg clearance that would be required if you were going to shift it east, either to the track on Colquine Station or through this section here, where there's no disturbance and it's currently contiguous native vegetation, would be much greater. So in terms of location, this along the main track here is the preferred location from an ecological perspective. And in terms of the impacts, I guess the impacts here, as we've discussed throughout, there are, losses of native vegetation. There's large trees here within the construction footprint, far fewer than at locations like this intersection with the Chalker Creek further north. And that's a fact of not being situated along the waterway there. So in terms of location from an ecology perspective, this is a path of least resistance in terms of impacts to native veg, and something that, if having that impact allows this whole Chalker North area to be inundated is a benefit.
Thank you. Sorry, just capturing that.
All good.
And so would you consider the clearing of this vegetation just in this location would satisfy the primary purpose criteria for conservation, or would it be part of the broader part of a project that may be suitable for offsets to be provided?
No, I don't think so. You can't separate them. You're only putting this in if you're going to be putting the water into the whole project area. So if you're not watering for benefits, this isn't happening anyway. So I don't think you can separate out small chunks of a project, and that's not what you would do for other projects using the exemption, separating out parts of it. So it's all part and parcel of the one project. Hatter Colquine, and I know the proponent can talk to this, out of the 9 sites, what's happening at Hatter North has been more refined over the years. And in terms of the ability to move structures and locations at Hatter, that has been far less over the course of this project, because it's always been considered as a potential extension of TLM, and there's been a lot more work done at Hatter for a number of years. So there's the locations for Hatter have been known for a number of years, what's needed, I guess, to get the water into these locations.
Thank you. If we move to the Belsa Youngera project area,
yes.
And we can, you can summarize. So the first area is the impermeable containment banks at S106 and S14.
Gosh, I'm going to need to navigate into these because, as discussed, the naming systems for these sites are not something that comes naturally to a botanist, and I tend to navigate my way around these sites by trees and patches of threatened species, as opposed to the names an engineer has dropped onto something. So we're after S1.
S106 and S14, they're together on a containment bank.
I'm just going to turn off a couple of layers to make the names pop more.
End up blocking 2 flood runners. I think they're actually near that second dip.
Containment bank S7?
No, S106 and S14.
Oh, sorry.
That's
If
okay.
the engineers in the background will be sitting here screaming at me on mute going,
That's
come
all right.
on. There we go, S104. I would argue that the S's should be next to each other in my defense.
S106.
Oh no, I'm just using it to navigate.
Okay. I didn't think they made any sense.
S104 is on this side here, S4. Mr. Townsend, if you've got someone yelling at you in your ear in a direction, then please let me know. S107, S109, S108. Just having a look.
Member Bell, are you able to provide any further direction as to the location?
I can do it on a map book.
If you've got it on a map book, then I'll be able to navigate there quickly. If you've got it handy.
Yeah. So map book 42.
Tell Zoe to pause.
Yeah.
If you pause, Ms. Jelly, we are getting some coordinates if you like. If you give me a moment, I'll just pass them on. Just bear with me.
No, great. I could hear Dale. Perfect. Thanks, Mr. Townsend.
Member Bell, is it possible to ask an alternate question while we
While
wait?
we're there,
We'll come back to it.
You've got an access track just to the left of your screen at the moment. You've got 2 access tracks there. Yep, in water management area 1. Table 6, so there's one that's described as or named as river track. That's inside. You know where I'm talking about? Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's described in table 6.8 of the EES as a new track. So can you just confirm if that's new, and if so, why it's needed, if there's one on the eastern edge as well?
So the requirement for the new track would be included in the project description, and would probably be a question for the proponent. Yeah, there is an additional track added in there, and I'm not sure if, I'm not sure of, can't recall the exact reasons for needing the second track in that location.
It's okay. And while you're there, if you could just locate Belsa Island for me, or provide a map reference in the EES.
So the 2 islands are here with, so Belsa and Youngera Island sitting, I guess, loosely. I don't have a layer on here that identifies that, but it could be on this map, which is figure 5.1 in the specialist assessment, that shows Belsa Island and Youngera Island to the east.
Okay, so it's
that broader area to the west, all north of the highway, and then to the east. They all form part of the park there.
All right. Moving on, do you have any understanding of the major influences for the water management area and how they've been determined by grouping EVCs or anticipated water availability or flexibility? Could any of them be amalgamated?
So that's work that's undertaken by the CMA for the most part. So so I haven't been involved in the development of those water management areas. They've certainly taken into account the locations where water historically flowed and where it could flow again, without creating additional interventions and blockages wherever possible, utilising natural flow paths across the landscapes.
Thank you. I can move on without the mapping if you want to come back to that later. Thanks. So moving on, criteria 3 is the assessment of benefits. And it talks about a comparison assessment of losses is outweighed by expected improvements. To what extent is the qualitative assessment of benefits that's in your specialist report intended to address this criteria?
So our report isn't designed to assess that criteria. It's the specific assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity that really addresses and using the DELT tools to address that exemption benefits. The qualitative accounts in our special assessments certainly feed into that and are considered. And additionally, the work we've done looking at, I guess, the total effects in terms of the impacts to native vegetation, and then the data we collected, which enabled the modelling for the large tree estimates across the maximum inundation area. That was all based on our field surveys, and that is also that's been fed into the assessment of overall improvement for biodiversity. So in terms of that overall comparison, that's where you're looking at that, 600 tree impact to the 11,000 plus across the inundation area that we'd expect to benefit, and in terms of as well, just the extent of native veg in those areas exceeding the impact areas for the project.
Thank you. Can you advise us of the evolution of documents required by either the proponent, the TRG or the Berg to address this criteria? So, for example, is it intended that the expert elicitation process also addresses this criteria in addition to the assessment?
That's outside of my area. So we've been heavily involved for many years now in the impact assessment, I guess, component, the assessment of effects, and that conservation benefit exemption piece that sits in the assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity has been run in parallel by others with the proponent.
You mentioned some previous experience in this space of conservation works exemptions. So in that previous experience, how have benefits been demonstrated at this stage?
We were actually working on VMFRP at the time, so we pulled similar methods to what we have used for VMFRP in terms of the assessments we undertook for the maximum inundation area for VMFRP. We applied a smaller scale, scale down for size approach at Catfish Lagoon and collected the same kinds of data as part of our assessment for small projects. For this particular example, for small projects, there is now a guidance doc that can be used as a bit of a template for the conservation benefit exemption works. That specific format doesn't fit for the bigger scale projects, and but the approach was identical in terms of what we went through for Catfish Lagoon as what we've gone through for EES Central, so for Belser and Hatter and the other sites.
So could you just clarify there, do you mean the approach that you personally undertook being the assessment of benefits that's in your specialist report, or the additional?
No, sorry, the assessment of benefits that I took in terms of the field component and the collection of data that could be used to demonstrate the benefits. And then using the gains calculator, the DELP tool, I undertook that work for similar projects, and I did not undertake the same work for EES Central, using the calculator and working with DELP on the development of that document.
So does that mean that for previous projects, to demonstrate that criteria, DELP have accepted the assessment that you've undertaken, the collection of data, and a DELP tool assessment without any further expert elicitation?
Correct. Smaller scale project, but yes.
Yes, okay. And you mentioned there some new guidance document for bigger projects. My understanding is that still
No,
published.
sorry, there was guidance documents for smaller projects that we used on the smaller scale conservation benefit exemption projects that were able to get the conservation benefit exemption.
Yeah, I understand. And so how have these previous processes, acknowledging they are smaller projects, accounted for floodplain complexity and uncertainty of outcomes?
In a similar way, in terms of, so the project I'm referring to is a project with Mallee CMA, and a proposal for monitoring and adaptive management. The site is managed by the CMA and has an EWOMP, so there's ongoing management undertaken at those sites to look at appropriate watering and adapting as required.
Okay. Moving on to monitoring for benefits. Sorry. We requested some of the source documents referred to in the specialist assessments, and also the assessment of expected benefits. And from those, just at a high level, I wanted to summarise some of the uncertainties that I've read about from those tabled documents. So unexpected or unintended.
Are you referring to the NER, sorry?
No, so some of the research documents or other monitoring outcomes that showed some of the unexpected or unintended outcomes of environmental watering in some cases. So for example, carp, weeds, grazing, species simplification. There's acknowledged a limit in knowledge of long-term benefits, with most studies limited to 10 years. And there are knowledge gaps of ideal growing conditions for listed species and EVCs for some, not for all. So I understand there's lessons from those documents and those examples and others perhaps to be learned. But it seems to me that we're also always learning. And I guess that's the beauty of adaptive management. But in that context, how long would it take for native vegetation species or communities to decline or drown if an inappropriate watering regime is the result, because of some unknown that we haven't thought of yet?
I think the main instance where that could occur are the areas we've identified where there's been those EVC transitions, where you've got a non-flood, even not even a flood tolerant EVC present on the floodplains, which part of the project is aimed to reverse those areas anyway. And then the only other areas are in these kind of large scale natural flooding that's happening now. There's no watering proposed in areas outside of those that would be naturally inundated. The infrastructure is designed to enable watering at particular frequencies and duration. So there's a conservative approach, and there has been a lot of lessons learned. I think touching back briefly on the Avoca Marshes example that was brought up in submission 4, I think it was, for the initial submissions for the project. So that query was really around sill and backfill when there was a change in the bathymetry of the wetlands at the site. So at Belser and Hatter, we're not looking at changing bathymetry. We're not looking at ponding, except for areas like Lake Booker, where that's a natural expectation in the lake you would expect to have ponding. So the potential for, I guess, like catastrophic changes as a result of the proposed works are just not there. There's potential, I guess, for if watering isn't for as long as within the optimal watering regime, the benefits might not be as great as they might otherwise be. But that's more what I'd expect we'd be seeing through the ongoing monitoring, as well as, you know, as you said, we're always learning, and there's been a lot of interesting work that's come out of the Hatter TLM works, which is particular relevance for this package of works with Hatter Lakes North in the project area, and that's certainly been taken into account through the design of these projects.
Thank you. Just on potential catastrophic outcomes, is that a potential scenario that if we got the inundation sequence wrong, we could remove terrestrialisation, which is, as you say, not necessarily a negative, but introduce weeds instead of the desired native species?
There is a risk of the introduction of weeds, and that's something that's discussed in our report. So in the assessment of effects, both through the construction phase, so if you look at section 7 of the report for Belsa and section 9 for Hatter, there's a section under there for construction 7.1 and operation 7.2. And that includes a subsection on weeds for both of those. So the spread and introduction of weeds is a risk. The EDSs are in place to help manage and mitigate against those risks. And so some modifications to the EDSs in particular for the construction phase have been now adopted. And in terms of the risk from environmental watering, there's also the benefits of drowning out the terrestrial weeds that are present in these locations as well. So we spend a lot of time on the floodplains, and yes, there are weeds, and I've used some examples, and we've mapped all the kelp and kelp listed and wands across the areas that we've identified. And in my opinion, the bigger risk for the spread of weeds is as a result of the construction phase as opposed to the environmental watering, which is why I put forward the recommendations for increasing the weed management associated with that construction phase and EDSs.
Thank you.
And I'm comfortable with the adaptations that have been made in terms of further mitigating those risks.
Just while we're on that and the biosecurity issue, are you concerned at all by new or improved access tracks improving access during operations to recreational users spreading weeds?
So the risk of recreational users spreading weeds at these sites is there. It's something that's ongoing, and Parks Vic as land managers are responsible for managing weeds at the sites and will be ongoing. The bigger risk in my mind is the spread, the potential for the spread of weeds during the construction phase. And I'll just I'll just share my screen just for a second to show an example of this. So this is that coming up now? Yeah. So I'll zoom that in. This is a location at Belsa Youngera. This is not associated with the VMFRP works, where there's been a recent upgrade to a track crossing over here, and there's a huge number of xanthium, so a kelp listed weed that's cropped up. This is the kind of thing that I'm concerned about, the spread through that construction phase of the project. Environmental watering, there's water there, has the potential to then spread those weeds, but it's that initial construction risk which has the potential to put them there, which is why we've put forward the additional mitigation measures through the EDSs to minimise the introduction of new weeds or spread of existing weeds. The risk around the floodplains is much smaller.
Thank you. You've mentioned in response to just that series of questions that, you know, the more likely worst case scenarios, you don't get the the extent of benefits that were anticipated. Do you think, in your opinion, there's a bit of fat, as it were, in the benefits budget?
I can't talk to the quantified benefits because I haven't been part of that
Sure.
assessment of overall improvement. But certainly the condition of the floodplains and the current trajectory of decline, not doing anything is a worst case scenario, in my opinion. And any improvements from watering will be a huge benefit to the sites.
Thank you. Moving on, you've got monitoring proposed in table 18.13 of the EMF in relation to benefits, monitoring of the benefits.
Yeah.
Or monitoring of operations, which is largely the benefits. So that addresses, I'm summarising, river red gum, black box, species richness, water dependent vegetation, weeds, pest plants and animals. And then also to ensure the water levels are right. Can you?
So the monitoring specific to the terrestrial ecology component is in the EMF, but it's also table 13.5 of our specialist assessment. And so that's where the flora and fauna components of the monitoring fits in. Additional monitoring around water levels. I'm just in my version for printability, the tables have been put on their side. Sorry if I'm looking in a bit of a
strange.
me.
I'm not sure why it doesn't save.
Yeah, I'm just flicking a couple of these over as well at the moment. So yeah, the key monitoring that's relevant to the terrestrial flora component of that ongoing monitoring is listed in that 13.2.1. As part of the broader EMF, there's additional monitoring that's going on that feeds into surface water, groundwater, other aspects of the ongoing monitoring as well. Just, sorry, trying to flick some of these tables across. Do you have it up there to be able to share?
I can get it in just a minute. Sorry.
That's all right. I'm trying to rotate tables while we're discussing it.
So it was monitoring MTAE1, terrestrial and aquatic. And the performance objective is to determine the level, duration and extent of the inundation during each event.
I'm just bringing up the EMF separately because I think that will be easier. Sorry, I'm nearly there. Okay. Apologies. Okay, sorry, I'll share this now. I've got this up as well. So are you referring to 18.1?
No, sorry, table 18.13.
18.13.
Yeah,
right.
it deals with the monitoring. PDF page 96. I probably can't change it.
No, it's not going to let me, but I can just pan down faster to get there anyway. Okay, so MT, sorry, which was the
MTAE1, so the first one.
Yeah, determination of the level, duration, extent of inundation during each event. Managed areas, monitor level, duration, extent of managed environmental watering events. So yeah, so that monitoring there about monitoring the level, duration, extent of the watering would feed into the adaptive management for the, managing the ecological benefits at the sites, but is part of, I'm going to have a stab at being Mr. Treadwell's area for surface water, as opposed to something that we've added in, so that the overall monitoring requirements for the different disciplines have all been
merged together.
merged
Yeah.
together to make a one-off table in the EMF.
Okay, so you can't confirm if that is to see if the area inundated that's been modelled to inundated matches the assumed in the ES?
I assume so, but I'd need to take that on notice and confirm with the proponent.
Okay. So you mentioned that you had monitoring in your specialist study as well. Just focusing on table 18.13 in the EMF.
Yep.
Are you appropriate that to assess the benefits, including within realistic timeframes and with appropriate methods, that the monitoring requirements in that table are appropriate?
Correct. Yes. And obviously the 15 years that has been outlined for the MER comes with the caveat that the recommendation may be made at the end of that 15 years that additional monitoring is required.
Thank you. And so there's no additional measures in the ecological MER required to be implemented as a matter of course that ought to be put into the EMF?
So what's included in the EMF we consider is sufficient to be able to demonstrate the benefits required to meet the scoping requirements for the project and to address the points laid out in the conservation benefit exemption.
Thank
notes.
you. Thank you. Moving on to the conservation works exemption versus the offsets. So discussions today have outlined the committee's role. There's some submissions or concern with the conservation works exemption process in that it puts all the eggs in one basket prior to the removal taking place, with demonstrated benefits potentially uncertain for 10 or more years. So a couple of options that I see that could be considered that I just wanted to put to you were to exempt in part only and offset in part, purchase offsets and then reconcile, offset the full amount, or use an offset management plan as per, I understand, happened in Mulcra Island. So my specific questions to you on that, has there been any work done to identify if suitable offsets are available?
So I think there was some early work that's been referred to previously around that high-level look at the approach that would need to be taken for offsets. I don't think, in my opinion, that following the offset approach would be appropriate for this project. I have had some involvement in the ongoing the OMP work that was undertaken for Mulcra. The detail of the work outlined in the MER that's proposed and what's proposed in the monitoring for here would be comparable for and far more detail than for the OMP for Mulcra. So the offset management plan for Mulcra was under the previous legislation, where offset management plans in that layout were a part of the, I guess, a part of the process that you would go through with DELP. And it's, I guess, with the conservation benefits exemption, I feel that the project fits well within the realms of what's required to be able to demonstrate the benefits at the sites, and that offsets shouldn't be a process that the project has to look into. In terms of splitting it between a portion of offsets through conservation and a portion of offsets through purchased offsets, I feel the projects don't need to be separated in that way, given the purpose of the whole project is for conservation benefits.
I think you've addressed that before. Thank you.
Yeah.
And what is your opinion of the likelihood of sourcing such offsets and whether they're likely to be available on the credit register?
Given the extent of native vegetation, I don't think that offsets would be readily available. We're not talking about the removal of endangered EVCs, which is often something, except for the 0.191 hectares of grassland at Hatter. Endangered EVCs are often some of those EVCs that are harder to source, but the large trees and the area of native vegetation, it's likely that sourcing offsets could be prohibitive, I guess, for the projects.
Is it also a constraint in sourcing those offsets, the large number of species specific offset targets that came up in that native veg removal report?
It would be. I did, tracking back to a few years ago, we did attempt to get a list of, it's even difficult running an NSIM on these project sites. They're so big, the system crashes, it's quite painful. And but we did run a check on, I can't remember the details of it all, but we did run a check on availability of species specific offsets for Hatter, not for the other sites. And I think there was a handful of species out of I can't remember if it was 100 species that came up, but there was a handful of species where one broker that I spoke to was going to have difficulty sourcing. But it wasn't an extensive process of, I think it was even before the DELP register was online, of offsets, and it wasn't investigating all brokers.
So, but in that example, it was made, a handful couldn't be found out of 100, as opposed to a handful could be found.
Yes, correct.
Yep. Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading because you might have already answered some of these already.
Okay.
And if you want to add any more, do, but if you've already answered it to your liking, then please indicate so. So comment on the option of purchasing offsets and then reconciling later.
So I don't think it's warranted for the projects based on the ability to apply for the conservation benefit exemption.
Yeah, and we mentioned Mulcra Island and an offset management plan. I understand that under the conservation works exemption, there's also requirement for a management plan. Are they broadly equivalent?
I'd need to take that on notice for what would be proposed for these bigger sites. I've gone through that process for smaller sites that are already managed through EWOMS at a scale that were considered sufficient for the purposes of the management plans. For the examples I've talked about that I have used, been able to successfully apply the conservation benefit exemption, so the existing EWOMS were sufficient.
Okay, and perhaps in that, can you outline the management plan under exemption? You're saying that it could be a different fees depending on the size of the project.
Correct. So the EWOM for a small site it would cover the same parameters and the same key indicators and objectives that you would be looking at in terms of condition and veg at a broader scale though.
Thank you. Moving on to threatened flora species, there's a significant number of threatened and protected flora anticipated to be removed during construction. The mitigation measures refer to and include the native flora and fauna management sum plan and the conservation, the CEMP.
Yeah.
Is it intended that these plans will address those species and include any specific measures to minimise or mitigate the loss of those individual plants, for instance, translocation, seed collection and the like? And if not, why not?
So the details of those documents are still in preparation. It's intended that they would cover further mitigation. So the EDS E2A around the further minimisation of native veg covers threatened species in that as well. Those documents are going to be developed in, I guess, in review with TRG members. There's a lot of discussion going on at the moment about what that would involve in terms of threatened species translocation. In my opinion, the species that we've identified at the sites, whilst they can be present in high numbers, I'll see if I can pull up something on the story map as well. Whilst they're present in high numbers for some species within the construction footprint, they are also present in high numbers in the area of investigation outside of the construction footprint and in the broader project area. So there aren't species at either of these sites where we're concerned that the impacts proposed as part of the construction are going to cause risk of local extinction or significant impacts to those individual species. There's a population of the EPBC listed flora Lepidium monoplacoides at Belsa that we identify within the area of investigation. There's a specific EDS in place and management measures to avoid any impacts to that population at all. That would have been the species where there might have been further works required if it was determined that it couldn't be avoided. So I guess that key species there, these threatened species across this northwestern area of Victoria are often threatened because whilst they're common in their habitat only extends into that northwestern semi-arid corner of the state, and they're often common and unthreatened species across the river in New South Wales. So in terms of the impacts to these species, the numbers look high, but walking through the floodplains, and it's a slow day if you only cover 25,000-30,000 steps in a day out at these sites. It can be difficult to not step on threatened species while you're walking on the ground, and I'm constantly getting yelled at by zoologists to stop taking threatened species points when I'm out there on site. The populations of these threatened flora are large, and La Nina over the last couple of years has meant a big change in what we've been recording on the floodplains, even without flooding. The response has been great, and the difference between what we observed at the same sites during the Millennium Drought is stark, with a lot more threatened flora popping up. So the threatened species out here, it's not to downplay their significance. They're FFG listed, they're important, but we're not concerned about significant impacts to the FFG species as a result of the works.
So are you saying in that context, the step of minimising and mitigating is not as important?
So minimising and mitigating is important. And so that's something that we're advocating for, and as part of the EDS for ongoing efforts to avoid and minimise. And it's something that has certainly been looked at throughout the alternatives workshops to refine footprints. But in terms of trying to get out there and do seed collection or translocation in this landscape with the particular species in question, I don't think there's value in going out and collecting seed for species when there's 100,000 of them 100 metres away.
Okay, moving on. For listed flora with suitable habitat that were not recorded over multiple surveys, did the survey years in the potential habitat cover a range of more suitable wet conditions, or were they mostly dry?
So most of these areas haven't had water, so they haven't had natural inundation, but as I mentioned before, there has been the difference in the conditions as opposed to surveys undertaken prior to the breaking of the Millennium Drought and the surveys through La Nina, where there's been an increase in the floristic diversity that's been observed at all of the 9 sites.
So considering the current floods, is it warranted to do pre-construction or further targeted surveys for those species that might have been dormant until now?
The listed species, Well, there's the potential for additional species to crop up, but there's the potential for that to occur in any 1 year based on the conditions at the site. Despite having three wet years, the population of, I'm going to use the Lepidium monoplacoides at Belsa as an example. Sorry, I'm just bringing this up now. So we identified the population of Lepidium along an existing access track at Belsa, a couple of 100 meters south of the highway. This population was present in high numbers in 2020. In 2021, under similar conditions, another good wet year, we weren't identifying any individuals there. We had the same thing happen at Walpolla Island with a population we identified, and then we went back out again in spring last year in 2022, and the population was present again. There were similar climatic conditions, variables, rainfall in the areas at both sites, but I guess there was that initial response to watering where we saw the populations for the first time in 2020, and despite the good conditions, they didn't come up. So any of these areas, you can go out in any 1 year and you can get a different exact number of individuals within a construction footprint. That's why within our assessment, we've included ranges for some of the species, acknowledging that even if there was 231 1 year, it could be 0 the next, but we're not going to, I guess, go out there and discount the presence of those species which might crop up in 2 years or 5 years as a result of looking at it. It's a snapshot in time, it's the existing conditions. Sites for other projects experience fire that changes what's present on the ground. You don't go out and assess it again. I'm happy to go and have a look, but I don't think it's a requirement of the process. Yeah.
Okay. Just dealing with EPBC Act threatened ecological communities, the Buloke woodlands of the Riverina Murray Darlings Depression regions. The EES investigated one area of semi-arid chenopod woodland.
God, yeah.
Yeah. And said this wasn't the EPBC Act one because of the cleared canopy and the absence of Buloke. Just with reference to the CHIL document that describes that community, I note, and I can share it if you want to, if you want me to. I note firstly that he says that Buloke doesn't necessarily have to be there, and it's not a reliable indicator for that community. And secondly, it gives the example where there's been substantial alteration of the species. So, for example, trees over grass, and then that could be classified as degraded or at worst extinct. And in situations where there have been a complete loss of vegetation strata and of species formerly constituting the Buloke woodland, then it's extinct. So I just wanted to ask, for what you observed, was the mid and understory species composition reflecting that threatened ecological community? And I guess, could you classify it as degraded, or was it definitely?
Not the location. So we do a lot of work in the semi-arid region and very familiar with the CHIL document and the parameters needed to be classified as either the EPBC or the FFG listed community, noting there are a couple of FFG communities synonymous with the one EPBC listed community. And so we've made the call, understanding the requirements and those definitions. The pre-referral documents for Hatter include a lot of photos of the locations and mapping as well. I guess now that the areas of woodland outside of the, not going to be impacted anymore and not part of the construction footprint, that detail hasn't been copied across into the EES. It's long enough as it is. Yep. But there is photos and descriptions of the different patches of EBC of the semi-arid woodland at Hatter, and breaking down where and why it has or hasn't been.
Thank you. I'm happy to move on
Yeah.
if you don't mind.
No, sorry.
One of the uncertainties for benefits that was discussed in some of those documents was livestock grazing and the implications of that on the benefits. Can you just explain this fencing situation? That was, I wasn't imagining livestock to be out in this area.
So at Hatter, you'd be unlikely to pick up livestock. At Belsa, you'd be more likely to pick up the occasional. There's obviously feral goats out at these sites.
Yeah.
Some of that Mr. Holmes might be able to talk to more specifically in terms of pest animals, but there's no feral proof fencing around Hatter, around sites.
Yeah, no, I understand, but no
there's
livestock.
Grazing proof. Yeah, so no, there's grazing proof fences for particular locations at Hatter Colquine National Park, particularly around some areas where there's known populations of Lepidium monoplocoides, and in some areas that are set aside for to help promote the regeneration of semi-arid woodland, but there's no fencing to prevent livestock across the sites.
Thank you. Moving to the incorporated document and the day one version, I can share it if needed.
Yes, that would be helpful.
Spoke too soon. Sorry. Have I got it?
Yes, that's up and
nothing
out.
else. Cool, excellent. So taking on board what Mr. Townsend explained to the committee before you came, just trying to understand, in the event that this document were to stay in the scenario that it is currently, 4.6.4 requires evidence of the offsets to be provided within 6 months. 4.6.2 requires prior to the removal, native vegetation offsets must be provided. I'm just wondering what's being provided in 4.6.2 if the evidence isn't coming until 6 months later.
So in that scenario, which I don't think the project should have to go down.
Understood.
Yes, you would normally provide a letter where a veg offset broker has confirmed the availability of suitable offsets for the project. So they provide, it's normally a one-page statement that says, this is what you need, we have it available. So that can be used as the evidence prior to removal. And then those timelines around 6 months are standard for most impact assessment projects.
I understand. Thank you. I'll stop sharing that. And then in relation to attachment 5 and 6, apologies, that's my Roman numerals.
The conservation,
the
assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity. Yeah.
Now, I understand you didn't do this, but I was just wondering if there was 2 final points of clarification I could put to you if you understand the document.
You can raise them, but they might need to be things we take on notice. But
yep, understood. There we go. So this is table 5 from the Belsa Younger era, and it's just an example. So the first question is whether you can confirm the basin plan scenario being considered. Is that the basin plan? Sorry. Does that scenario assume the buybacks that are triggered in absence of the projects?
I would need to take that on notice.
Yep,
the proponent will be able to answer that though.
And the second one, just while I'm here, and sorry now, I guess it's for the proponent, but just for expediency, Appendix E table 38. Again, this is for Belsa, but there's a similar one for Hatter Lakes. If someone could please just explain how the last two columns have been calculated.
That will definitely be one for the proponent to get back to you on, Member Bell.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Bell. Dr. Briscoe has a few questions. I'll hand to her to ask those. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much. My initial questions will focus on the predicted response to environmental watering. And Ms. Jelly, are you happy to bring up presentation slide 33? I'll ask you some questions about that.
Yes. Should be coming up momentarily.
It's appeared. Thank you.
Right.
Now, my first questions relate to the left-hand part of the slide, which is the graph showing the benefits, effects and benefits. First of all, there are 4 water management areas in the Belsa-Yangara area, but only 3 are shown on that graph. I'm just interested in understanding why water management area 1 is not included.
So water management area 1 is I'm going to get out of presentation mode for a second and pull up a different document on another screen. So this is predicted EBC responses under the water management scenarios, as opposed to an attempt to quantify benefits for the project, just to clarify. And I'm just bringing up, apologies. Sorry, I'm just pulling up some content. Can I get back to you on that, and I'll have an answer shortly if we keep going while I'm just pulling something up.
Yeah, no, that would be helpful. Unless you want to take the question on notice, because the maps we've been provided show that water management area 1 is that large area of inundation associated with structure ER1. And in that context, I'm puzzled that it's not included, but it may be that you're working with a different numbering system.
Yeah. So yeah, if we'll come back to you on that one, just in the interest of keeping things moving now, and hopefully having time for Mr. Holmes this afternoon.
Fine. Yep. Okay. That's a question on notice. My next question is, in terms of the effects, you have some neutral, negative, and some positive, neutral, some positive. By positive, do you mean negative to a particular type of vegetation? For example, negative to terrestrialized vegetation, or negative overall ecological effects?
So are you referring to positive or?
Positive and negative. Are they positive to just to the vegetation that happens to be in that area, or are they positive or negative to the ecological condition overall?
So they're positive to the vegetation on the ground.
And if they're negative to the vegetation on the ground, which may be a positive benefit.
No, so in the equivalent graph for Hatter, so at Lake Bulka, whilst we've accounted for in our discussions for instance, the 32 hectares of low kenopod shrubland in Lake Bulka as there being a loss of vegetation, that's been considered as a positive transition and a positive improvement across the floodplain at that location.
And so with that in mind, going back to Belsa-Yangara, what does the negative neutral mean?
So we've looked at the broad bands of preferred frequency and inundation for different EVCs. So that is relation to looking at for the EVCs on the ground within those water management areas and assessing it against the operating scenarios proposed, looking at whether, based on the information we had available, was that going to be, are you, it's on averages, are you smack bang in the middle of the documented ranges for suitable watering regimes? If you were at the lower end of that spectrum, it might have been an area where the watering frequency, for instance sake, was 3 in 10 years, and what's proposed is 2 in 10 years. So it's still better than doing nothing, and it's better than the nothing that has occurred over the last however many decades, but it's not triggering that optimal response for native vegetation.
Okay, so in relation to that, in terms of inundation extent, did you consider consider duration and depth of inundation?
Not depth as part of this assessment. This is all documented in chapter 3 of the specialist assessment. There's a lot of detail in there for the assessment approach under 3.7.
Okay, so just trying to get a high level view of this. So you didn't consider depth. So you considered whether an area was inundated, but not whether the water was maybe too shallow to have impact or too deep so that the vegetation drowns.
So it's been considered, but the response discussion in our report is it's based on, I think I ran through all the documents that it's based on: MDMA docs, some documents by Ecology Associates, some documents by Doug Frood and Phil Pappas from 2016, as well as inputs from the specialists around the responses. So it's the Frood and Pappas preferred watering regimes do include depths and duration, so it's considered to some extent, but what we haven't looked at is, and this is why they're high level, is we know that across the floodplain, you might say you're going to inundate this area of lignum swampy woodland for X number of months, but we don't have maps against the specific inundations. There'll be small, deeper areas where there are nuances in the floodplain landscape where it could be 60 centimetres at one location, 55 centimetres at another location, 45 centimetres at another location. So we haven't drilled down to that level in our responses because that finer scale information would be hypothesizing too much to try and break that down more.
So in terms of what this graph shows, is that then an assessment that's your assessment or your understanding and a summation of previous assessments collated into an assessment?
No, so this is an assessment of, it's using the veg water requirement breakdown and the determination of which EVCs fell into which veg water requirement group was based on those reports I mentioned previously. Yep. And then looking at the EVC responses of what we've mapped physically on the ground and we know to be in the inundation area to the proposed operating scenarios.
Okay, and in terms of understanding the extent of inundation, was that based on the inundation extent of a natural event equivalent to the maximum inundation area, or the actual maximum inundation area based on the infrastructure? Based
on the different operating scenarios for the different WMAs.
So with the operating scenarios, do you understand that to be a hydrological scenario, or do you understand that also to be a scenario involving infrastructure, therefore changing the bathymetry of the water?
It's my understanding that there isn't going to be changes to the bathymetry at the sites, but it's probably veering into Dr. Treadwell's area here.
And I understand that, and Dr. Treadwell has agreed to provide us with some information on that, but I guess I just wanted to clarify your understanding of what you've based your assessment on.
So that's based on the assumption that the water availability, frequency, duration described in the operating scenarios would be would be available, and that is what would happen, and assessing that against the existing conditions at the site.
And so in understanding that with the operating scenarios, which are the 40,000, 50,000, 100,000 or so forth, I understand, for those, have you assumed that the water will sit or flow across the area as it would under existing conditions and not be held up and inundation patterns changed by the infrastructure?
Well, the operating scenarios are based on the understanding that those regulators and structures will be put in place to enable the watering to occur, but that the water would flow as it would under a natural flood, assuming a similar amount of water was available.
Okay, what if let's just take a what if scenario. So what if you're looking at a scenario where the bathymetry of the water would change, so the water were in certain areas extending to greater depths than it otherwise would, or be held up or pondered? Would that change your assessment?
It's where we're not looking at, well, I guess it has the potential to, but it's not something that's been considered because it's not something that's proposed at either of these sites.
So potentially if the bathymetry were to be changed, that could have effects. Would they be positive or negative effects, or would that be site specific?
It would be site and location specific.
I'll take you now to the right-hand side of the of this figure, and you've presented a graph on a map that Mr. Hoxley also presented, which includes changes in potential evapotranspiration, showing particularly a significant increase in evapotranspiration and vegetation along the river. And I understand from Mr. Hoxley's evidence that this was based on a scenario that not only included the project works and infrastructure, but also included delivery of water down the river to the project. And the reason that the potential evapotranspiration along the river is showing an increase is not so much the project works, but that delivery of water. So I guess my first question is, were you aware and understood that in interpreting that map?
Yeah, and so these, as I said, this map is showing additional benefits as opposed to being the areas where the increase in evapotranspiration has been modelled as occurring isn't included in our qualitative or quantitative discussion on EBC responses or benefits. It's additional areas across the, I guess, the regional landscape, just to give that context of the potential improvements at the sites.
Okay, but so in terms of your assessment on the left-hand side, you have not made any assumptions about water being delivered down the river or changes in flows down the river?
No, on the left-hand side, this is all, I fully appreciate our report is 600 pages long, yeah, and it's a lengthy beast to get through. But so this is all described in the methods section of our assessment report, and our graphs are based on responses to the operating scenarios, and that water and related to areas within the maximum inundation area, and do not take into account any overlap with areas where there's the potential for increased evapotranspiration to occur.
Yeah, and so in terms of the operating scenarios, then are they the operating scenarios just within the maximum inundation area, or do the scenarios include information and assumptions about water being passed down the river?
The operating scenarios as described in the project description for the EES and are relevant to the maximum inundation area.
Thank you.
I wonder, Dr. Brisger, we've just realised something around, there's a misreading potentially with that graph on the left, and I can possibly assist. They're not describing water management areas. They're water management area scenarios. So you've got a water management area scenario 2, water management area scenario 3, water management area scenario 4. Each of those scenarios is a greater equivalent flow threshold of megalitres per day. And in the specialist assessment at page 23, We can screen share that if you like. Can we do that?
Have you got that handy?
Yeah, I think if you bear with me, I'll show you how this works. And I didn't know it worked. I'm just working it out now. But page 23, if we screen share, describes what I called the scenarios. If you look at the watering objectives, strategy, infrastructure, operations for potential scenarios for the Balsiungera project. And what we learn later is that that graph doesn't concern itself with default or seasonal fresh. It concerns itself with, I beg your pardon, the default. It concerns itself with the seasonal fresh, intermediate, maximum, those. So you've got a greater than 10,000 in the river, sent down the river, 30 to 50 sent down the river, and 50 to 90 sent down the river. So if you go back to where the page from that graph actually is, at page 329, if we can screen share that, Mr. Forrester, you'll see that what it's describing are those scenarios 2, 3, and 4, and that it's so under the description is total area of each ecological vegetation class's predicted response to environmental water under each water management area scenario. Yeah, and hence you've got those three. So it's not, they don't correspond with the identification of the water management areas as such. They're the different volumes of water sent down the river. Does that?
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Townsend, just to clarify then, do those scenarios in terms of how they've been assessed, are the assessments based on that water coming down the river as well as the inundation as interpreted by Mr. Hoxley, or
I'd have to defer on that question and understand it better to be Dr. Briscoe, but I think isn't the question the corresponding map back on the slide?
Yeah.
Is the question, as I understand it, is are those scenarios in the table reflecting the volumes in the river, upstream in the river, carried down the river, and in inundation? Yeah,
as well as the inundation.
Yes. Can I understand the question? But I'm sorry I can't answer it for you.
Yeah, thanks. That's fine. Can I take Ms. Jelly to maybe another question about this time about velocity, and I wanted to refer her back to paragraph 5.12 in her expert witness statement. Where Ms. Jelly, you say that the main difference between a natural flood event and a managed inundation event relates to the speed, intensity, extent, timing, and duration of inflows. And you've made some comparisons about the benefits of managing inundation events compared to natural in terms of being more predictable and not so high speed. So my question was, first of all, can flow velocity affect vegetation response?
Flow velocity is, in terms of the response of the vegetation, is unlikely to affect the response of the vegetation, but can affect the initial impact from the introduction of water to the floodplain, depending on the rates, but and the potential for erosion and other factors like that, which are covered in a lot of detail in other specialist assessments as part of the EES. And so it's more that potential for erosion, scouring, and things like that to happen, which have the potential for, I guess, the flow on, pardon the pun, effects for the vegetation.
Yeah. So following on from then, I guess, as I understand it, in paragraph 5.12, you've argued that one of the benefits potentially from the managed flood events is that there is maybe less erosion, less unpredictability, greater stability, more watering. And is such effectively taming of the flood events, is that beneficial or realistic, or does that take out disturbance that would otherwise naturally occur in the systems and be part of the ecosystem dynamics?
Well, it's beneficial compared to what's happening at the moment. You don't need to spend much time on the floodplains to see those huge river red gums on the banks of dry creek lines with 50% or more of their root zones exposed. You do expect the decline in individual trees over time, but not to the extent that is currently being exhibited, and the erosion that's happening due to altered flows. So it's not a taming. It's looking at returning to something that would have been more similar to pre-regulation and halting the negative effects that have occurred as a result of that.
And so you would argue that the erosion is not a natural phenomenon, it's something that's occurred as a negative effect of...
Erosion is something that certainly occurs in a floodplain over time, but by returning to more regular floods, so I guess the current flooding at the moment, you would anticipate there to be some more significant changes to and more significant erosion to result from the current natural flooding than you would from the managed inundation events that are proposed.
So in terms of using velocity and flow depth as a lever, could the risk of weed invasion be mitigated by manipulating flooding regimes or velocities?
I don't think that the inundation, there is the potential for weeds to spread as a result of inundation, but I don't think that's one of the key risks for the proposed environmental watering at the sites.
Okay, and you say that because of the species of weeds and the extent of weeds that are currently present, or the limited extents of weeds?
Combination. So experience working at the sites on the floodplains and spending time in areas that have received environmental water in the past and in natural floodplains that have received natural watering. I think the key risk here is, as I've mentioned, that making sure you're not introducing new weeds at that construction phase, which then have the potential to be more likely to spread through environmental watering. There's different weeds present at some of the different sites, like Lipia and other things that would have a higher concern in terms of the potential spread during any environmental watering for these sites. It's not something, and look, again, velocity of flows, etc., outside of my area and how that would be managed through changes to project operating scenarios, etc. But it's not a risk that I would feel needed to drive changes to the operating scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to do a quick time check. I know we've run slightly over time from our scheduled break, but I don't think we have many more questions. So my preference is to finish committee questions, but I'll just check with Dr. Brisker before we make that call.
I'm getting fairly close to the end.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of very brief questions when Dr. Brisker's finished, so we might keep pushing through and have a break after that.
Yep. So, Ms. Jelly, I'll move on now to some questions about EES, the attachments 5 and 6. I understand you didn't have a role in preparing those, so I'm not sure whether you can answer those questions, whether this may be something that goes back to the proponent through Mr. Townsend. But I had questions about table 7.
If it's specifics, we might need to direct these to Mr. Townsend to take back to the proponent.
Okay, so just briefly, I'll just outline. So for table 7, which quantifies the area of EVC within each flow threshold, was that something your team did or something that was done by the proponent?
We provided our on-ground mapping to the proponent to be utilised in the development of the assessment of benefits documents. So
you provided the GIS mapping and then they did what they did with it?
Correct.
And extract those figures, and whatever they presented in the tables is their work, not yours.
Yes.
And similar for figure 16, they go through a number of figures that show the achievement of preferred EVC inundation depths for the projects, which show where the right depth is met and where the depth's too shallow or too deep. Again, is that something that they've made out of your data rather than something you've provided to them?
That's correct. That's outside of the work that I've been involved in.
Okay. But based on your mapping, but not based on anything else that you provided as far as you know?
Correct. Yes, for that part of it, we've provided our veg condition data as well to feed into the calculator, our EVC mapping and a range of data. But yeah, definitely in the capacity of handing it over and then working on the other giant reports.
I can understand that. And so they've made their own, they put their own flow requirements and flow preference data in, or maybe extracted it from yours, but you haven't specifically advised them on a set of flow preferences to use in there.
We haven't advised the proponent on flow requirements, correct?
Uh-huh. I'll just check my questions, but I think that's pretty much at the end. Thank you very much for those.
Thank you, Dr. Blisker.
Thank you. So I just have a couple of questions. They should be fairly to the point. So one of them relates to vegetation removal and access tracks, and it's in the context of the Day 1 incorporated plan that states the access roads must be designed and constructed to DELP standards, so using the term DELP, except with approval of the Secretary. And just to note that we understand that relating to those access way construction footprints, that a number of tracks will be retained as non-compliant where there are ecological and cultural constraints. So I just wanted to find out whether you were working in terms of the vegetation removal for access roads, whether you were doing that assessment with an understanding of which of those access tracks are proposed to be non-compliant, or whether you assess them all with consideration of the standards.
So we assessed the tracks based on the construction, the width of the construction footprint we were provided with, and then also taking into account the standards in terms of potential requirements for lopping overhanging tree branches, etc. But then it's my understanding that the non-compliant tracks, that's in locations like where we've identified, for instance, the CH values, or things like the EPBC listed flora, where we're reducing that after the assessment and the values have been recorded to know that that was a location where non-compliant tracks might be required.
Thank you. So the ecological constraints have been informed by the work that your team has undertaken.
Correct. Correct.
You. And my final question relates to your slide 38, which has the heading monitoring, and under the subheading construction phase, the final dot point says that after you've done all of those things, that provisions of recommendations for management or measures that are not already included in the EES will be made.
Yes.
And
so,
I'm interested to know what happens with those recommendations if they're not embedded in the EDS, how they would be come to life or be activated through the operations.
So those are recommendations, I guess it could be clarified there, that could come out along the way during the minimum 5 years post-construction monitoring that's undertaken, as opposed to additional recommendations that we have now that aren't included in existing EDSs. So I guess it's all part of the, I guess, feeding into the adaptive management approach of assessing what's on the ground, seeing what's happening, and whether additional recommendations might come up. If we found a new population of Lepidium monoplacoides, for instance, in 3 years' time in an area that we were monitoring for post-construction, we would put in similar prescriptions as we had for the existing known populations. I guess there's no layout of what they might be yet. It's just allowing for the ability to continue to provide recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So I'll hand you back to Mr. Townsend. And Mr. Townsend, I'm guided by you as to whether you would like to pursue re-examination now or whether you'd like to have a break.
I only have one matter, so it's up to you. It's back to that, just to help clarify on the slide 33. But I just thought it might be beneficial. I won't get you to screen share. I might ask Mr. Forrester to screen share page 328 from the specialist assessment, which is the precursor to the graph. And perhaps we might do it this way. Oh no, perhaps if you go through that yourself, Ms. Jelly, what the question I want to get to the bottom of here is that when assessing those responses in the table, whether it's limited to the inundation of the floodplains, in other words, the hectares inundated, and reading that it seems to be the case, which is separate from the evapotranspiration.
Yes, those areas are separate.
mapping.
The areas of
Yeah.
evapotranspiration aren't considered in these EVC response graphs.
Yes. Look, I think that's sufficient, perhaps, with the just drawing attention to the page, because I think that's explanatory for Dr. Briscoe to make a note of page 328, and we can answer any further questions. But thank you. That's all we had for this witness. And if that's all right, Member Kendall, if this witness could be excused.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Jelly.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And given the time, I'm going to propose we just have a 10-minute break and then come back, and I imagine Mr. Townsend will take us directly to the evidence, or to Mr. Holmes.
Yes, what we'd aim to do is get Mr. Holmes through at least his evidence in his presentation, and then that might be a convenient time.
Thank you. So I'll see everybody at 3:45. Great, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. You can see Mr. Holmes is with us, so your video is working, which is great. Mr. Townsend, I'll hand directly to you to introduce Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Member Kendall, I'll do it quite briefly to get on with the day. But can I invite you to have at hand Mr. Holmes's witness statement document 77 and ready up on, if you're watching on your own screens, the presentation is in 3 parts, table document 131 A, B and C. And we'll come to that presently. Mr. Holmes, I'll start by asking you your full name.
Yeah, my full name's Alexander Charles Holmes.
And Mr. Holmes, where are you employed?
Currently employed by GHD, based in Mildura.
Okay. And Mr. Holmes, we've got your statement and to which you attached your qualifications and experience. But is it fair to say that for the last 20 years or so, your experience is focused on research and work in zoological assessments associated with a range of projects and technical advice for a range of government and private stakeholders at national and at state level?
That's correct.
And for the purposes of the projects, you were the technical lead, I think, for the fauna considerations in the terrestrial ecological assessment?
Yeah, correct. I was, yes.
And you've set out in the statement the team, and in particular including Dr. Redelick, but others that were critical to that group work, but you take responsibility for all of it and will answer questions to the best of your ability to the totality of it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
And you've said also in your statement that you had prior history in surveys in the area back in 2013, and I think perhaps prior to that in 2009, but you led the survey program or directed it through 2020 to 2022.
Yeah, that's correct.
So
yes.
Okay. All right. Now, can I just ask you, did you hear the evidence of the previous witness, Ms. Jelly, on the on flora?
I did, yep.
And Ms. Jelly explained at the beginning of her evidence the role in preparing Special Assessment B that Berg had, or the peer review role and the back and forth and the like. Are those answers equivalent for fauna considerations?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, look, what I'm going to ask you to do, and you've got the benefit of having heard today as well, but I think I'll ask you to screen share your directly to your document 131, the PowerPoint presentation.
Yep. Let's see if I can get this right.
And I'm not going to ask you to go too fast or anything, but I think we've got time for you to get through yours as a neat in the balance of the day.
Yep.
I'm
Okay.
just going to invite you to take us through it. I might have 1 or 2 questions, but I'll try and hold them to the end if I can.
Yeah, okay. Look, hopefully I can get this screen sharing happening. Just bear with me for a minute.
Oh, I should have, while I'm introducing you, asked, as I did with the previous witness, that you've read the witness statements or the submissions of the 2 submitters, Mr. Frood and Ms. Murdoch, and I think you're commenting on that as well. Is that correct?
Yes, I have done, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I've read
All right.
those witness statements.
Okay, off you go.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Townsend. Look, thanks for the introduction. I just thought it would be good to just add to that a little bit more. So I've been based up in Mildura now since 2020. So I've worked across all the VMFRP sites extensively. So I am a terrestrial zoologist. So that's my background and training. So I've conducted surveys right across all the VMFRP sites. So I've got a lot of experience on ground at these locations, and also Hatter North and Belsiungra. So I've undertaken a lot of survey work at both sites. I've also done specific work for Regent Parrot. So I was involved in some early nest monitoring method development, particularly at Youngara Island and the adjacent Peacock Creek Flora and Fauna Reserve in New South Wales. So that point count method we used during our assessment, that was further developed into that 2-hour point count method by Victor Hurley, who's currently based at Delp in Victoria. So that's just some of my background. I was also involved in 2013 with some extensive survey work at each of the sites, baseline fauna survey work, and that was building on work that had been done sort of through the mid 2000s. So a lot of that baseline work was used to determine fauna values, habitat values at each of the sites, and that sort of went into some of the early business case development. I've been very heavily involved in these projects right through to very early concept designs and that sort of thing. So I've got a very long history with these projects. Also led the fauna component for the Hatter TLM project. So some pretty key learnings from a fauna perspective I'll be covering further down in my presentation. So I just thought it was good to just give you a bit of background on myself. Look, I'm not going to go too much through that. That's similar agenda to Miss Jelly. I'll be just covering those sort of key aspects. I'll give you a bit of a summary of what work we undertook.
I don't think you can just take us on to the next slide. We'll see that we can take that as read, I think.
Yep. Okay, no problems. I'll move on. Thank you. So in terms of summary of work undertaken, look, I think it's good to just touch base again on the EES scoping requirements. I've sort of summarised those. Others have spoken about this before. So Miss Jelly did touch on these EES scoping requirements, but they do talk a lot about avoiding and minimising. That's very comes out very strongly in the scoping requirements. And for me in particular, my focus was obviously on listed threatened species, listed fauna species, and their habitats, and also listed ecological communities. So that was obviously my focus. But I think the key thing is with the scoping requirements is they really do talk about avoiding and minimising impacts. And that's, I guess, the interesting side to that is that that's very development focused. And obviously this project is a little bit different, with the primary objective being to deliver environmental water to the floodplain. So having lived in the district for over 20 years, I've certainly seen some different conditions out on site. I lived through the Millennium Drought, and I obviously did quite a lot of survey during that period. So I've seen these floodplains, I guess that's their lowest ebb in terms of condition when they're very dry, but I live 200 metres from the Murray River, so I've also seen it at its peaks as well. So I've obviously very closely observed the current flood peak that's gone through the region. So obviously others have talked about this. There's going to be some impacts to facilitate this project. However, the overall outcome is for overwhelming benefits to these systems. And having seen them firsthand, I can certainly see the overwhelming benefits from a project of this nature. So just quickly talking about, so the project really does aim to deliver landscape scale benefits to broader floodplain habitats. So that's really what it's about. That's what we're wanting to do. So we've spoken about the benefits. Obviously, there's immediate benefits. So things like frogs and water birds, they're going to benefit very quickly from water. You apply water and the frogs will respond. Now I've seen that out in my backyard here near the river. We've had this flood peak come through, and I've never seen so many frogs. So we've really had a breeding eruption of frogs in response to the water. So that typically happens. I've seen it out in sites like Lindsay Island, where you apply water and growling grass frogs and rare species like that will respond pretty immediately to the inundation. Water birds, different guilds will obviously respond as well. And then there's other fauna groups that have more long-term benefits from the project. So reptiles, small mammals, and woodland birds, it's more about maintaining their habitats. So that's that sort of longer term benefit. But there are short term benefits as well. So with the current flood, there's species that are pushed out from the floods or potentially marooned on islands or up trees. So large carnivorous reptiles like lace monitors would be taking advantage of that at the moment. So there are benefits to other fauna species in the immediate term. So another point to make, in floodplain environments, the fauna in general are adapted to periodic inundation. So they can respond. A lot of them are mobile. So for example, this eastern water skink, it's an eastern water skink up in the top right-hand corner of the page. So I observed a cluster of eastern water skinks up in the canopy of a red gum on this recent flood peak. So usually found on the ground and amongst woody debris down on the riverbank. They can respond, or they can adapt and adjust during that period of inundation. They can exist up in the canopy of the tree and then come back down to the ground where they normally occur. So most of the species have strategies to survive, but there are winners and losers with an inundation event. So I'll talk a little bit more about that further down in my presentation. But overall, it's beneficial to fauna in these systems. So I'll talk a little bit about our method. I mean, it is documented in the specialist assessment, but I just thought it was worth touching on this briefly. So we use desktop assessments. We like to review previous literature, so previous surveys that have been conducted in the area. They give you a good overview of what's been found, what species have been recorded. Government databases we also utilise. So Victorian Biodiversity Atlas, for example, that contains actual species records from an area. We like to review that to see if there's any new observations. We also look at, say, for example, the Protected Matters Search tool, which is housed by the Federal Environment Department. So that utilises predictive models as well as actual data. So we like to keep an eye on any updates to that. And then we'll develop a likelihood of occurrence for threatened fauna and communities. So we like to go through that and determine whether there's habitat present. So we don't just rely on actual records, but we'll look at habitat suitability as well for different species. So before we went out to site, we did consult with DELP, DQ, but also the Federal Environment Department, but also the Biodiversity Expert Review Group as well. So we did take our methods to those groups and consult with them and present our method to them before we went out in the field and undertook the surveys. So we undertook our surveys, but also conducted, as I mentioned before, habitat assessment as well. So we're not necessarily just relying on actual records of species, we're assessing habitat suitability as well. So I think Ms. Jelly mentioned that there's been a whole series of workshops, and I've been involved in a lot of those as well, where we're trying to refine footprints and looking at ways to avoid and minimise impacts on, say, for example, hollow-bearing trees. So that I was involved in all those discussions. So reports have been reviewed by the Technical Review Group, also the Biodiversity Expert Review Group, and we've responded to hundreds and hundreds of comments. So it's been a very rigorous process that we've gone through. So a general approach, documenting existing conditions, so including known or potential values, so species, communities and migratory species with the potential to be impacted. And then we've identified residual effects that would result from the construction. Just on the survey approach, so obviously we select suitable fauna sampling sites. We stratify our site selection based on ecological vegetation classes. So we're looking at the EVCs and selecting replicates within those EVCs. We use a variety of different fauna survey methods, basically to survey the suite of potential species that could be present within the sites. So it's quite extensive. It's a little bit more detail on that in this next slide. So we used funnel trapping. So they're useful for small reptiles, also amphibians. Harp trapping we used for, or specifically for the Corbin's long-eared bat or greater long-eared bat. It's got a number of different names. That species cannot be detected, well, not yet anyway. There's some research in place at the moment trying to develop a method to detect that species using its call, but its call characteristics do overlap with other species within the Nyctophilus genus. So we have to harp trap for that particular species. We put out Elliott traps for small mammals, not particularly effective in northwest Victoria, but when we're doing repeated visits to fauna trapping sites, we like to just add as many different methods to our sampling effort as we can. So we did put out Elliott traps. We had remote fauna cameras, which are very good at for detecting cryptic species. So we had fauna cameras out on site, time bird surveys, daytime and nocturnal active searching, and we're also always on the lookout for scat and incidental signs as well. But I think it's worth mentioning too that where needed, we adapted our method to address certain guidelines. So there are federal guidelines from the Federal Environment Department. They're quite specific about EPBC listed species. So we adjusted our methods to cater for those species as well. So some of those key species were regent parrot, growling grass frog, Corbin's long-eared bat I mentioned before, painted honeyeater, but also the Mildura agorus butterfly. That's a Victorian state listed species. So Agorus subterrestris, we had quite a specific method that we used for that species. So I sort of mentioned this, but the focus for the fauna investigations, obviously those EPBC Act threatened species and communities, same for the Victorian state listed species and communities, EPBC Act migratory species. We also consider impacts to Ramsar wetlands. We're looking at threatening processes, so whether the project might exacerbate threatening processes. And we're also considering pest animals as well. Well, I'm specifically considering pest animals. So these are just some of the threatened species and communities known or thought to be possible at both Hatter and Belser. So the southeastern long-eared bat, or that's the Corbin's long-eared bat, not known from Belser youngera, but we did survey for it out there. It's not known from the actual floodplain area of Hatter North, but it does occur in the nearby adjacent mallee habitats. So that species is known from the general Hatter region. Painted honeyeater we assessed, but to be honest, painted honeyeater is a very sporadically occurring species in northwest Victoria. They eat the fruits of mistletoes, and they're quite nomadic in habit, so they really do range over quite a broad area. It's not really their core habitat in northwestern Victoria. Painted honeyeaters are more commonly encountered in central Victoria or northeast Victoria. Regent parrot, this species is quite well known from both sites. So regent parrot's known to nest at Hatter Colkine and also within Belser and Youngera. So that was obviously a species of focus for us during our assessments. The growling grass frog I'll talk about a little bit further down. We had a few submissions on growling grass frog. Not known from either site currently. There are some previous records at Belser from the 1950s, so it's quite a long time ago. Australian painted snipe, quite a broad-ranging wading species. Threatened, only fairly small population, but can turn up pretty much anywhere. So there are a couple of records from the actual Hatter Lakes, so the larger Hatter Lakes, but that species will just turn up when there's water. It's just difficult to predict with that species. Australasian bittern, so the odd previous record, but they've got pretty specialised habitat requirements, so they need extensive reed beds, really, Australasian bittern. habitat that's not present at either of the sites. So Hatter North only is the Mildura ogarus I mentioned before. And we didn't detect any EPBC listed fauna communities at either of the sites. We did detect the Victorian temperate woodland bird community, however. So I'm just going to move on to key findings. So I'll just talk about benefits initially for terrestrial fauna. And this is a qualitative assessment. This is based on knowledge of water requirements and responses from previous monitoring up in northwest Victoria, but also other documented reference material on some of these faunal groups. So as I mentioned before, frogs will respond to water, apply water, and frogs will respond. So you expect a very strong positive response from frogs from this project. I also spoke about the various waterbird guilds, so ducks, herbivorous waterbirds, piscivores, shorebirds, large waders. It depends on what time stage of the flooding it is, but in the early stages in deeper water, you'll obviously get piscivores responding quite strongly. As the water recedes, you'll get more of the wading species wading around the edge of these wetlands, but you would expect a very strong positive response from most of the water birds. And we've said and this is really based on broader habitat maintenance over time for the other fauna groups like terrestrial mammals, arboreal mammals. It's really just that maintenance of habitat. So we've said generally positive across the board for most of the other fauna groups. So I think Ms. Jelly did touch on some of the overview of key effects. So for BELSA, I think she also touched on the risk assessment process. I won't delve into this in too much detail because I'll talk about some of the environmental delivery standards which apply to specific species a bit further down. But there's various risk aspects we looked at for both construction and operation. So we looked at native species, threatened ecological communities and their habitats, threatened species and their habitats. We looked at that for both construction and operation. We've obviously got a whole series of environmental delivery standards to mitigate impacts, but we did have an overall residual risk for native fauna species of medium for BELSA. So that was highly conservative. We believe using those EDSs we'll be able to manage that risk. So the only major difference you'll notice is for Hatter, we had a high residual risk rating for fauna. And that was primarily due to the Mildura ogarus butterfly. I'll talk about that in a bit more detail, but given the recent flooding, that would likely be reduced, given that all the population with the MIA, the maximum inundation area, would have been flooded during the recent event. So it's similar to that terrestrial vegetation piece where we were expecting that initial inundation of that component of the population. So that's effectively already happened under the current event. So yes, there will be some residual impacts. I spoke about that before. So there'll be permanent loss of small areas of habitat. So it'll affect all species of fauna that occur in those areas. They are comparatively small areas of habitat. If you've been to these sites, you'll know they're very extensive. They're large sites, so these are small in the context of the broader habitat present in these locations. There'll be loss of hollow-bearing trees. I'll talk about that a little bit more further down. But again, if you look at the broader context, we're not in the backyard of Melbourne here. We're out in the middle of the semi-arid zone, and it's quite extensive, some of these sites. So you've got to consider context in the broader picture. There'll be disturbance during construction, so there will be dust, noise, and lighting potential impacts. We've also considered roadkill during construction as well, and that's primarily around effect pathways on reptiles, so threatened reptiles. We obviously don't want vehicles running over carpet pythons and lace monitors during the construction phase, so that's been considered as well. So in terms of operation, this has been spoken about at length. Improved availability condition of wetlands, so benefits to wetland species. There'll be improved tree and habitat health, so benefits to woodland species that I spoke about before. Prolonged survival of large trees, so that's the key one, benefits to hollow dependent fauna. So yes, we will lose some hollows, but we don't want the other existing trees present in these habitats to be lost down the track. So that's obviously very important to hollow dependent fauna. Improved availability and condition of wetlands, so benefits to nearby Ramsar sites. So I did mention the Mildura ogarus, so there's potential impacts on Camponotus terebrans, that's the sugar ant, and the specific ant species nest that the ogarus relies upon. So it lays its eggs on the base of a tree at the entrance of the Camponotus terebrans nests. Lays its eggs at the base of the tree, and then the hatch larvae are tended to by the Camponotus terebrans ants. So there will be potential impacts on those ant nests due to inundation, and that's already occurring, or it has occurred, should I say. So in terms of an overview, so it's probably just reiterating what I said, so I might get through this fairly quickly, but I said there'd be localised and minor construction effects on fauna habitat, so minor and localised impacts on EPBC and FFG listed species that are either present or predicted to be present within the construction footprint of both sites. Localised and minor construction effects on habitat for that Victorian temperate woodland bird community, and no construction effect on species listed as migratory under either site. So neither site is really well known to support habitat for migratory species. They do occasionally turn up, particularly in the Hatter Lakes, further to the south of the Hatter North site. But yeah, Hatter itself, Hatter Kalkine National Park, is not really well known to provide habitat for migratory species. So no construction effect on Ramsar listed wetlands at Belsiungra and Hatter Lakes North. Minor construction effect on one nationally important wetland. So that's Belser Island itself. Operation of the project not expected to result in adverse effects on flora and fauna. So as I mentioned before, it's more likely to benefit, particularly some of those wetland dependent fauna groups that I mentioned before, frogs and water birds, and indirectly through protection of their woodland habitat. I'll just mention some post-exhibition activities. So we did actually go back out and undertake some more work on the Mildura ogarus. So we undertook additional surveys in September and November 2022. And that was actually quite challenging due to the weather because it didn't want to stop raining through spring. So and then it started flooding. So we had some constraints trying to get out and do those surveys. So surveys are undertaken using a systematic approach to attempt to quantify habitat. So we use sampling transects where we would undertake an assessment within 10 by 10 metre cells. And we were looking for eggs, but also documenting habitat within those cells. So really we were getting both positive records for the species, but also we're able to document where they weren't present as well. We undertook numerical analysis, and that was really to determine frequency of occurrence within and outside the maximum inundation area. So I should mention this is Hatter North only though for the ogarus. And then we also produced a multivariate habitat model. So that's something that's used for a lot of species, a lot of threatened species, to try and predict where they might occur. So that was further work undertaken. So similar to Miss Jelly, I reviewed public submissions. So there are a number of public submissions that I reviewed. I reviewed the additional requests for information, prepared my expert witness statement, including any further responses raised. And then, as has been mentioned, the Murray River flood did peak in around mid-December. So we received some additional information on that flood extent, and we're able to consider some of the implications of that flooding. So I'll just talk briefly about the submissions. So this one was around Regent Parrot that I mentioned before. So concerns about hollow-bearing tree removal for the Regent Parrot, and also concerns over the loss of foraging, perching and roosting habitat. So I mentioned before, it's well known, Regent Parrot is well known at both sites. And we recorded Regent Parrots at nearly every site we assessed. So they're very commonly observed. And that could be anything from them flying over the top of us while we're at site to perching and moving through the sites. So we did undertake some extensive nest surveys for this species. There was a couple of key sites that we wanted to spend extra time looking for this species. They are known to nest extensively in Younger Island, so up around an area called Gearbox Loop. So we know they nest there. We undertook quite a lot of survey around ER1, and this was multiple surveys over multiple years as well. So we did record some potential nesting activity, but we weren't able to actually document any definite conclusive nesting. So it's worth noting there was no actual nesting documented for Regent Parrot, but we do have a specific delivery standard in place. So E2G is in place to mitigate impacts to Regent Parrot, and I'll talk a little bit more about that further down.
Can I just ask you, were you involved in any of the workshops around locating infrastructure? And you might have heard Ms. Jelly being asked about particular regulators or containment banks being shifted. Were you involved in those as well from the point of view of habitat for fauna?
I was. There were some original proposals. There was a track actually completely taken out of Gearbox Loop. So I'll just mention that was an area known, and I've actually undertaken surveys. I think it was back in 2009. I was talking about that nest survey method that we developed. That was actually along that Gearbox Loop area of Younger Island. So yes, I was involved in those discussions, and one of the outcomes was the removal of that track from the nesting habitat. So Regent Parrots are highly mobile, and they do favour foraging habitats outside the floodplain. So typically they do require mallee habitat within sort of a maximum of about 20 kilometres, preferably around 2 kilometres from their floodplain nesting habitat. So they nest virtually solely in river red gums. They have been documented to nest in a couple of other different habitats, but mainly river red gum. But they do commute out to mallee habitats where they'll forage, and outside the breeding season, you can find them a very long way from the river out in extensive mallee habitats. So the project's not expected to influence habitat outside of the floodplain environment. And those concerns around loss of foraging, perching and roosting habitat, I think any loss of habitat, there's a large quantity of available perching and roosting habitat for that species. There's effectively no shortage of that sort of habitat, so it's ecologically insignificant. Any of the small losses of vegetation where they could be perching or roosting. And in terms of foraging, they do primarily forage outside the floodplain, so the project's not going to impact on mallee habitats, for example. So we did have some questions about the growling grass frog, Latoria raniformis. So this is a large threatened frog. So this species has not been recorded at Balsa Island since 1959. So we have been back. There's very specific survey methods for this species. The federal department do outline specific levels of survey effort that needs to be achieved to demonstrate presence absence of this species. If you go there at the right time of the year when they're calling, they do have a very loud and distinctive call. It's unmistakable. So this species hasn't been recorded at Balsa Island for some time. As I mentioned before, so the project's expected to benefit this species. So I've been involved in many other surveys where it's very clear that growling grass frog will respond very favourably to environmental water. I've been out into areas of Lindsay Island where environmental water has been delivered to areas of lignum shrubland, and there'll be growling grass frogs calling all over the place. They're highly mobile. Under the right conditions, they'll move into areas very quickly. So I don't believe there's any potential habitat loss during construction for that species. In fact, the project will provide lots of available habitat, should this species recolonise this area. Concerns over the painted honeyeater. Look, I did mention painted honeyeater before. It's just not seen in northwest Victoria very often. It's highly nomadic, highly mobile species. It'll just turn up in different areas depending on fruiting of mistletoes. So we didn't detect that species in any previous survey. Last recorded from the area in 1985. They do occasionally turn up. I know of a couple of records up closer to Mildura, but it's like literally a couple of records. It's not their core habitat, northwest Victoria.
Well,
So
I might move you through to the, yeah, that's right. I think we have got that. So okay,
Yep.
keep going. Yep.
So yeah, no indication that there's going to be any loss of habitat that would be a significant impact for that species. Moving on to the Mildura gyrus, as I mentioned before, the habitat, or the oviposition sites for this species within the maximum inundation area have been recently flooded. But we did undertake some additional work on this species. So we prepared this MaxStent model output for the species, and that utilised actual records for the species, but also habitat data that we collected in the field. So total area of habitat, or modelled habitat, where we're not saying the species will occur in these areas, it's just predictive model. So these areas support what may be suitable habitat for this species. So there's approximately 2,837 hectares of modelled habitat in Hatter North. About 2,500 hectares occur outside the maximum inundation area, and 322 hectares occur within the maximum inundation area. The analysis confirmed no statistical difference in the likelihood of Agorus oviposition sites inside or outside the MIA, and what that tells us is that the habitat suitable for oviposition, the butterfly doesn't care whether it's within the floodplain or outside. So really, the butterfly will nest, or will use oviposition sites where it's suitable for them. So that's what that tells us. We found no statistical difference for frequency of Agorus oviposition sites on particular tree species. So we didn't find any statistical difference, but we did note that some tree species seem more likely to be used. So species like black box and hotbush, but they have been found using nests at the base of Muna, which is a Melaleuca species, but also mallees and acacias as well. So they do use a variety of different tree species. So R8 surveys confirmed that Agorus oviposition sites occurred both inside and outside the MIA. So yeah, both inside and outside. We found that Camponotus terebrans nest, the sugar ant, which is the host, I guess, hosts the larvae of the butterfly. The currents seem to be higher outside the inundation area, and that might be more related to soil type, being more suitable outside rather than inside. And as I mentioned before, surveys indicated that the butterfly has been recorded in areas recently inundated by the current flood. So the late 2022 and extending into 2023 Murray River flood. So implications of the current flood. So it's penetrated into in excess of the proposed MIA. So effectively, when flows peaked at 210,000 megalitres a day, that was greater than the 204,000 megalitres a day flood of 1975. So we've seen a flood higher than the 1975 flood when the Ogoris habitat was last, or the Ogoris habitat within the MIA. That was when it was last flooded. So some interesting aspects to this as well. So flooding should reach the floodplain in Hatter North at around 160,000 megalitres a day. However, there's various levees that prevent this. Well, they did prevent it until the recent flood. So the floodplain, which incorporates the MIA, should have flooded naturally in 1993 and probably in 2016 as well, but it didn't because of those levees. So effectively from around that 1974-75 flood to the current day flood, that habitat should really have flooded 4 times, but because of the levees in place, it didn't. So now that flood's got into the broader Hatter North floodplain, we can see those broader benefits being realised. So just there's some recent records there. So diamond dove's a listed bird in Victoria, threatened bird. So that's been recorded recently. Seldom recorded in northwest Victoria. And plume whistling duck, which you normally have to go up to northern Australia to see that species, but that's been recorded recently in Hatter North on the floods. And look, there's an opportunity there. There's a research piece, I think, to see. Obviously, the Camponotus ants have recolonised the floodplain in the past. They're likely to do so again, and in turn, the Mildura ogoris utilising the nests again. But it would be interesting to see how that process occurs and how long that's likely to take. So I think there's a research piece there after this flooding. Gives us an opportunity, I think. So there's some comments on the loss of hollow-bearing trees. So we've said, and I did mention this before in terms of, like if you look at the context of loss of hollows in the broader landscape context, that impact will be relatively small. We're not saying it won't be an impact. We've acknowledged there will be an impact, but it's unlikely to be significant for any specific species or population. So I did mention that I was involved in early attempts to replace hollows with nest boxes at Hatter Kalkine. So that was the Hatter TLM project. So in that situation, so actual known regent parrot nests were removed by that project. So I think there were 3 actual nest trees that were removed. So nest boxes were put up to compensate for that loss. However, they were not very successful. The parrots there were a couple of incidences where the parrots used them, but quite often they lost the whole clutch because of heat. So they weren't particularly effective. The parrots basically found alternative hollows. So hollows weren't limited at that site. So they just used alternative hollows, and we monitored that post-construction, and we found that basically the parrots continued to nest at a similar frequency to prior to construction. There's some suggestions of a 1-to-1 ratio to replace hollows with a 1-to-1 ratio. I think that's just not achievable. Each tree could have many hollows, cracks and fissures. I mean, I guess the question is what constitutes a hollow? What constitutes habitat for hollow-dependent fauna? I think 1-to-1 is just not achievable. It's not possible, basically. Look, I'm suggesting that we don't need to do a hollow replacement strategy, but if it was to be done, it would need to be the appropriate amount of investment would need to be done. And we need to look very carefully at things like carved and natural hollows. I don't think nest boxes are really a suitable option up in this part of the world. It's very hot during the summer. If the replacement options are not properly insulated, yeah, they're basically death traps for anything that tries to use them. Once it gets to 45, 46 degrees up here, it's which it can happen at any time of once you get into sort of October, November, we've had 46 degrees. So when these animals are nesting or using the hollows. So it need to be thought through very carefully and properly monitored. So I had some additional responses as well. The remaining responses, I think, were more sort of around the Mildura ogarus. So yes, there are a couple of common names for that species, Mildura ogarus and arid bronze azure. The same species, Ogarus subterrestris subterrestris. I think if we use a scientific name, we can't go wrong. All our methods were reviewed by Fabian Douglas. So he's an experienced lepidopterist. He's done a lot of work in Northwest Victoria. We did consult with him prior to heading out into the field. So he was involved in survey method development. And we also had Jeffrey Allen. He was a former manager with DELP, and he's been involved in previous Ogarus surveys. So he assisted us in the field and also reviewed some of the methods. So there was a query about maintaining, or I guess putting water into the floodplain and enhancing habitats. So one thing we did note was that the Camponotus ants only nest at the base of living trees. So by virtue, I guess, Ogarus oviposition sites are only found on living trees. So you would think that a project such as the VMFRP project would be beneficial because it would maintain, I guess, the long-term health of that vegetation or those trees that are used for oviposition sites. I mentioned before that the flood extent, yes, it does. The recent flood does exceed the proposed MIA. And I did touch on Ogarus monitoring. So it's not currently part of the MER developed by ARI, but I mentioned that potential research piece, that recolonisation process. It would be good to potentially incorporate that into the MER. So look, I did review, there was a couple of expert witness statements I did review. There's one by Ms. Murdoch. So I just had a couple of responses to that expert witness statement. So just around that MIA, so yes, I did note before, it's been recently inundated and temporarily unsuitable to the butterfly. But it does look like, as I've mentioned before, they'll use habitats within and outside the MIA. So really it just comes down to whether the habitat's suitable or not, and the butterfly will use it. So it does seem in between flooding, it's opportunistically use those habitats, those suitable habitats within the floodplain. So it most certainly has reoccupied the floodplain following that 1974-75 flood. So we know that. We didn't note any evidence of a prolonged recovery. So they did seem to be in similar numbers, both within and outside the maximum inundation area. So there was some notion that they're still recovering. Yeah, we didn't see any evidence of that, and I'm not sure how you could actually determine that they're still recovering. So I would have thought, and studies would confirm that they would potentially recolonise that floodplain again after the current flood. Our surveys did confirm some new locations outside the maximum inundation area for the Mildura ogarus. So while it didn't expand the sorry. Oh, sorry, Mr. Townsend, did you?
Sorry, I was saying I think we're going on a bit. We might just move through this a bit quicker.
Okay, no worries. Yep. Okay. The only other note that I wanted to make was there's some talk about using the the 1 to 2% annual exceedance probability mapping that a lot of people have been referring to up in Northwest Victoria. Basically 1% is around 1 in 100 year flood, 2% is 1 in 50 year flood. I don't think that's an appropriate map or extent of inundation to use when looking at Mildura agoras, the flooding of that habitat effectively, because I think it would have flooded more frequently than what it has due to the levees. I also reviewed the expert witness statement of Mr. Frood. There was one comment there about the principles of floodplain restoration and how the project, I guess, is at odds with floodplain restoration. I would argue that if Hatter North wasn't returned to its original wetting and drying regime, which it currently clearly isn't, would actually be at odds with the principles of floodplain restoration. So I think the project needs to go ahead. It certainly does fit within those principles. Look, I think I've covered hollow loss, so I don't know whether I need to go over that again, Mr. Townsend.
I agree. I think you're right. I was just looking ahead at your slides, and I think you've made those points that are set out on that slide. So just comment if there's anything on the EDSs where you had made recommendations that have not been taken up, or whether you were satisfied with them in their day one form. Yeah.
Look, I think I'm largely satisfied with the EDSs. I was going to note the specific one around Regent Parrot that was put in place, but maybe I can answer questions.
That's right. Just show us that one. Yep.
Okay, so that's E2G, so that's site-specific measures for Regent Parrot. So look, it was recommended that construction largely doesn't occur within the breeding season, within that nesting season. But if it does need to occur at that time, surveys will be undertaken. So pre-clearance surveys will be undertaken prior to construction to see if there's any active nest trees within that area, and a buffer of 350 metres would be placed around any active nest trees. So there's a site-specific measure for Regent Parrot. I just wanted to pull that out.
Yes. All right. Anything else on the environmental delivery standards? No, or monitoring now? Okay.
Look, I'm on to monitoring here. I mean, most of this has sort of already been spoken about. So we're obviously recommending monitoring of
I might just ask what you meant with the agaris, why you distinguished, whether it's in the mirror or not, why you distinguish it for research purposes as opposed to other reasons. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, so I've mentioned the agaris monitoring, and that was, I did mention it earlier on in my presentation around that research piece. It's an opportunity there post 2022-2023 flood to monitor recolonisation of that floodplain area. So that was really what I meant about that.
I guess I meant by why research and not like other things where you're expecting to monitor or expect it to be to survive, I suppose. Is that the point, that it's out of for information purposes rather than as a precondition to the projects?
No, I don't think it should be conditioned. I think it's more of just an information type thing. Yeah. How long does it take? You know, it would just be interesting to find that out.
All right. Anything else on that slide? All right.
No, that's pretty much it, I think.
Excellent. I'm sorry I held you long a bit. I just noticed we're past 4:30.
No, that's okay. That's fine.
Before Member Kendall jumped in, I thought I would. So, Member Kendall, that's the presentation, and perhaps that's a convenient time.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Townsend. If there's anything that you need to explore with the witness before we go into cross-examination, you'll have time to do that in the morning. So just covering off on a couple of things before we rise for the day. So Mr. Holmes, just for your information, we'll rise shortly and then we'll meet you back here at 10 a.m. for cross-examination. And we're expecting, or we have registered for cross-examination, representative from Environment Victoria and Dr. Kelly, and there'll be a few questions from the committee. And then just to let parties know as well that after the evidence in chief from Mr. George tomorrow, we have Ms. Hogan representing Environment Victoria registered to ask questions of cross-examination for 10 minutes. And the committee will just have a small number of questions as well. So there's no further business that the committee needs to cover off this afternoon. Is there anything at your end, Mr. Townsend?
Perhaps I'd just say on our expectation, I think there'll be no doubt sometime in the morning with Mr. Holmes, but it sounds to me that we're on track with our option one, that hopefully we'll get through Mr. George tomorrow, and we'll keep an eye on that. But I just thought I'd let you know it looks like we're on track.
Great, thank you, Mr. Townsend. And just for the information of parties, Member Ham will be joining us for the expert evidence of Mr. George. So when we get to that point in the proceedings, he'll join us tomorrow morning as well. Great, well, thank you very much, everybody. We will rise for the day, and we'll see everybody back here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.